JetBlue 388, RNAV, Docker, wind 25011, running 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Takeoff 5 right, Docker. JJ 146, running 25 right, Foxtrot, minus 080. Lufthansa 452 Super early center, 5.71 official Airbus 320, wind 250 at 10, running 25 left third land.
I'm telling you right now, it's like the opening of the Goonies movie right now. There are a bunch of police cars going down Imperial Highway heading toward Dockweiler. It's the Goonies movie in real life here on Airline Videos Live. Welcome back, everyone, for another awesome afternoon, evening of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is Friday, May 15th, 2026. No joke. I'm like, is this the Goonies movie? There has been at least 15 police cars racing toward Dockweiler. I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it must be serious enough. All right. Thanks, you guys, for tuning in. I'm your plane jockey, Kevin. Happy Friday. Who's in the mood for some plane spotted action here at LAX? We do have an A380 going to be landing here on the south side. Lufthansa coming in from Munich. South side arrival, 25 left. So buckle up those seat belts. Of course, we got a packed house already at Tom Bradley. I wish I had that music. The opening music for the Goonies was classic, was it not? It would be perfect for the situation right now. All right. Next arrival is that A380 Super. We'll be arriving here on the south side.
513 on that Docker, wind 24011, run 25 right, Foxtrot, takeoff. Takeoff 25 right, Foxtrot, on that Docker, 5 right.
Up there on the north side, we do have a special on the pond in the Future Promises livery in that 787-9 Dreamliner, making that right-hand turn onto Kilo. Like I mentioned, we do have a lot of plane spotters here at Imperial Hill. The A380 Super next up for arrival here on the south side. We'll utilize our 24 cameras from high atop the H Hotel here momentarily, because I believe my shot is going to get blocked.
JetBlue 223 at Lima, crossing 25 right.
All right. That's the A380 Super making a south side arrival.
50679 final from Foxtrot, proceed westbound runway 25 left.
All right. Apparently Mr. IT is inside working, and that's why we're having issues. All right, A380 Super arrival at 25 left. flight coming up from Munich. It's like 452.
Back to Super at Lima, cross, running 25 right, contact ground 2075. 2175. This jet 981 LAX 5.5, control the Boeing 757, constellation turbo, continuing down.
A380 Super crossing over 25 right. We'll head to the gates of Tom Bradley. Also for Austrian flight 5-2 heading to Vienna, 777-200ER. Backing up. Looks like its tail is pointing toward the north. Should be a south side at takeoff. Also have a Western Global Queen being towed over here on Alpha. That's an old passenger, 747-400.
This is jet 981, wind 250 and 11, run 25 left, third lane. South City, Daily Tower, 211. Roger, CFE.
So it looks like if they're stopping right there in the Alpha, then they're more than likely going to cross at Lima. A380 Super still making its way down to Lima. We'll be heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. Let's see, Ammo Race Q sending a high five for 100 joules. Also sent a flower for 30 joules. Natty Needles, Nancy sending a sunshine for 200 joules. You guys love those gifts, don't you?
Delta 1911, military 10.4, Trouble Global Express, lane 250 at 12, running 25 left, third man.
All right, with the Lufthansa A380 Super making its way over there to the gates of Tom Bradley, that makes 3 A380s, 2 Queens already sitting there, putting on a show for us. It's the King and Queen Hour. Richardson 100 with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Richardson. Said hello from United Airlines flight 5938. Have a great day, Kevin, and Aviation will have a great flight. Thanks for checking in. Lufthansa A380 Super making those final turns, heading now into the gates. That's on the southwest corner of the terminal. We'll be parking right next to company, the Lufthansa 747-8 Intercontinental and the Korean 747-8 Intercontinental wearing the new updated livery. Austrian now has its taxi lights on. We'll see if that heads here for south side at takeoff. Tomcat sending a thumbs up for 10 joules. Thank you, Tomcat.
Towards the radar tower, running 25 right, Fox, line 20.
Scrambled Egg 81 with the $7.47 super chat. Thank you so much, Scrambled Egg. So many joules, the King of England would be jealous. Well, those have become very popular here on the channel, apparently.
Off 88, hold short, running 25 left. Holding short, 25 left.
All right, we still got this Queen waiting to, looks like it's going to now cross over. Austrian look like it's heading for south side at takeoff, continuing its taxi down Kilo. Next takeoff is flight heading to Tucson, Arizona, American Eagle SkyWest, flight 6408, the CRJ 700ER.
Jet 981, ground will be 0.75. South 1911, crossing a slow heavy 747 downfield. EVA 620 heavy out time.
Looks like we got the EVA Air Cargo 777. It looked like it was heading to the north side. Actually heading here to the south. 2 minutes out, EVA Air Cargo flight 620. 777 freighter would be a south side arrival.
88 at Lima, cross from 25 right, ground 0.75. Air 25 right at.
Alright, Austrian is definitely heading for a south side at takeoff. Queen at now crossing over 25 at right. Jane is an amazing super chapter tip alerts. Jason, have a great evening, Kevin. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support as always. I feel like the camera's over here. I gotta reposition this camera. Jane, thank you so much. Awesome support as always. Sit back, relax, enjoy the evening here in a gloomy looking Los Angeles. Not the beautiful day, but we've seen worse. Thank you so much, Jane. Awesome support from Legend Jane, and she's using dip alerts. Fix that lens. I have to look straight on because it's a wide angle lens, and if I'm on the side of the lens, then I'm going to look distorted. So hopefully I don't look as distorted now, if I did. I know I already look distorted enough. So I have no idea where they're taking this Western Global Queen. I mean, obviously it would be out to the remote area, but I'm not quite sure why they're crossing over the two south runways here.
American 2264 on that doctor, wind 240 at 12, running 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. 25 right from Foxtrot, clear for takeoff on that doctor, American 2264. South 1911, taxi a hotel down to Quebec, hold short, running 25 right. Quebec, hold short, 25 right,
Alright, so she's making a left-hand turn on to taxiway Charlie, apparently heading out to the west remote area. Not quite sure if she's going to spend the night out there or get refueled. Sometimes they take them out there to get refueled and then bring them back. So we'll see if she comes back. All right, Austrian kind of like just stopped there on taxiway Kilo. All right, let's head to even our cargo, 777 freighter coming in from Taipei. There should be a Alpha 8 turnoff for this 777 freighter, the flight coming from Taipei.
620 heavy, turn left to Alpha 8, turn left on Alpha, ground point.
Good old Alpha 8 turnoff.
Alpha 8, left on Alpha, 121.
The day is young. We still have a long day left of plane spotting. Maybe we'll get a go long All right, Austrian continue his taxi down at taxiway Kilo. Also, ITA now pushing back.
Wind 240 at 10, runway 25 left third lane.
ITA more than likely will head up to the north side. Todd with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Todd. Since they come in, what do you think of all the old Spirit planes will go? That's the $1 million question, isn't it? Or $1 billion question. You know, the only other airline here in the U.S. that actually operates the A320neo, those A321s, we got plenty of American airlines. Of course, it doesn't have to be an American airline. It could be anybody. But here in the U.S., there's only other one. That is Frontier that operates the A320neo. And they gave back about 20 of those not too long ago. Allegheny Retro, American A321. Plane has been hanging out around LAX in the last week. We saw that on Sunday. Last time we were here at Collectors Park. Lufthansa Queen now pushing back. The flight heading back to Frankfurt. Next, have a heavy arrival here on the south side. KLM flight 603, 787-10 Dreamliner coming from Amsterdam. It's the second KLM flight of the day. Looks like the Queen, of course, heading to the north side. The ITA A330 Neo also up there with the tail pointing toward us here on the south. Well, she will say, I'm going to the north. Flyer 801 with an awesome $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Flyer 801. It says, my favorite way to unwind from the week. Nighthawk. It's a great evening. Indeed. Well, thank you for your awesome support. We're starting a little bit early here today. If you remember last week, we started at 5 because I gave you guys Thursday show. The week prior to that, we started at 4 o'clock. Now we're starting at 3 o'clock here today. So 2 hours extra of daytime plane spotting before we go into Nighthawk, which is later. But sit back, relax. We got you covered. All right, Austrian heading down for a south side at takeoff. KLM's second flight of the day, flight 603, will head over there to the west gates.
1696, LA Tower, wind 25011, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, 1696. I think this is sending to the ground, 175.
All right, KLM will hold before crossing over.
Yeah, you told them you're holding short. Don't know where you got that from. Cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground point 75.
We do have one of those Coletta 777-300ERs, the converted passenger planes, coming in from Anchorage, flight 523, just 11 minutes out, coming in from the north.
75 LA Tower.
All right, KLM now allowed to cross over 25 at right. We'll head to the west gates.
Airspeed 75 at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left, hold short of runway 25 right at Foxtrot.
Sent back over to the Queen. She will start her taxi here shortly. Austrian flight 52 heading back to Vienna. The 27-year-old 777-200ER should be our next takeoff here on the south.
United 637, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet. 5 right at Juliet, United 637. Airspeed 875, fly runway heading, maintain 3000 to runway 25 right at Foxtrot, land from way. 75, 1240 at 11, runway 25 right at Fox.
If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast as we call it, subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast will be back here at Imperial Hill starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. It's 11 a.m. for you guys there on the East Coast. Back here for the big Sunday show on Sunday. You see the two blues together. Nobody gets out here without singing the blues. Definitely two different shades of blue, that's for sure.
Got a 52 heavy, wind 240 at 11, RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Runway 25 right clear for takeoff, RNAV to Docker, Austrian 52 heavy.
All right, Austrian, the next heavy takeoff. We do have a corporate jet just departed. Also have a Korean Air cargo heading back to Seoul, 777 freighter, flight 274, lighting up on the radar. We also have Air France, flight 23, heading back to Paris, the 777-300ER, next takeoff on the north side. All right, we'll go to Austrian, and now rolling down that 25 right.
Amanda 637, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground point 75 and Just 501, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground point 75 as you're crossing. Okay, clear cross 25 right over the ground, across just with that one.
Is a really old livery with the baby blue on his Collins. Alright, it's march up to the north side, ITA, as well as the Lufthansa Queen heading up to the north.
SoCal departure, good day.
Departure, goodbye, Austrian 52 heavy.
We do have that Coletta 777 crossing over, though we have some clouds in our way. I don't think we're going to see that. And she's right up there.
Cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground point 75 as you're crossing.
Not going to happen. It's a little warmer out here than it looks. Looks like it's kind of a cool day, right? No, not really. I was a little shocked when I got here myself. There's those who march up there to the north side. Let's check in with our exclusive Airline Videos Live weather update. Currently here in El Segundo, California. Clutter's Park, it is 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Cloudy, the high today 70, so we're hitting that high right now. Sunny conditions expected around 4 p.m. So we'll see the sun around 4, wind gusts up to 12 miles per hour. And that is your exclusive Airline Videos Live weather update for this hour. So we're at the high of the day, 70 degrees. It's a little humid out here. I thought it was going to be a little bit cooler out. Let's see. By 8 p.m., 62. So this should be a beautiful evening. I'm excited that we're going to get the sun around 4. That's good news. Because we're definitely in the May gray time of the year.
American 1666, cross runway 25 right to Juliet, contact ground 0.75 Aviation crossing.
Cross runway 25 right.
We're doing that Coletta Air plane and chain converted 777-300ER 5 minutes out. We'll be arriving here on the south side. Next takeoff is United Airlines Flight 234 heading to Chicago O'Hare. It's an A321neo. Followed by United Flight 2377 heading to Houston, Texas on the 737-900ER. The Queen now makes that right-hand turn on to Echo. You guys all having a good week? It's been a weird week. I feel like ever since San Diego, I got home and I have just been blah. Anybody else having that week? I think it's allergies here too. Things are blooming. Everyone has allergies everywhere, but the second I got out here today, my eyes started watering. I can tell things are blooming in the air, and it's May. It's gonna be May. I hope you guys are all having a great week. Thanks for tuning in here today. 1,000 of you guys watching.
United 234 LA Tower, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait for release.
25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait, 9234.
The Safe 2002 says it has agreed.
Jet 524, shape parking.
Linda Becky says, yeah, blah week and allergies. Is it? Yeah, Nanny Needle says it's a blah week. What's going on here? I went to the P.O. Box yesterday, and our friend Tyler, who runs the place during the week, I said, Tyler, you guys keep it busy? He said, yeah, last week it was crazy. It was crazy. This week, nothing. And I thought, well, that's really weird. Why would last week just be super crazy at the P.O. Box, and then this week, nothing? It just felt like nothing was moving this week. Am I right? Or am I wrong? At least that's my view of things.
In about a minute.
This week is just kind of like, bleh, meh. Maybe next week will be better. Next week, by the way, we're going to SFO, San Francisco. San Fran. San Fran next week. So no Tuesday show. We will have the Sunday show here in LA. And then we head up to San Francisco. We'll do the shows on Wednesday and Thursday from Bayfront Park. Charlie is going to be joining me after all. So if you guys are in the San Fran area, stop by, say hello. We'll start the shows around 11 a.m. Pacific. Simi Valley Pad sent a sunshine for 200 joules. Thank you, Simi Valley Pad. We need some sunshine.
274 heavy at Foxtrot, cross runway 25 left, hold short of runway 25 right at Foxtrot.
Now we got that Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter going to be taking off at 25 right. So waiting on our next departure, which is that United A321neo heading to Chicago O'Hare. Oh, Charlie's in the chat. Yeah, he's waiting. He's looking forward to the Wagyu Wednesday burger.
Okay, that's 2377 with 250 at 12. I know you knocked her with 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. I know 25 right at Foxtrot. 1363, hold short.
Flight was heading to Chicago O'Hare. Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter going to be crossing over 25 left, heading to 25 right for a departure.
Queen Air 274 heavy, expect about 4 minutes in position, waiting for a couple heavy departures up in North Complex. Runway 25
This
right.
United Flight 1363 coming from Chicago here, an A321 Neo just touching down.
Air 274 heavy, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait.
On Air 25 right to Foxtrot, line up and wait for Air 274.
United 234 contact, set for departure. 9523 heavy, LA Tower 25012, heavy 777, would report the parallel, caution way turbulence, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Roger, under traffic, runway 25 left, clear to land, caution 523 heavy.
United 1363, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground 175 as you cross.
I have the flight coming in from Chicago, now cross over. Brian S. 298 with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Brian. Says, oh baby, shout out to my daughter. Gelsa graduates in Mexico, going to graduation end of the month. Valaris, Guadalajara, and son finished the first year at ASU. Yeah, go Sun Devils. Well, shout out to your daughter.
That's 2377 contact.
I gotta keep an eye on the north side. It's heading back to Rome, the A330 Neo. Taking off 24 left. The Queen will be next. Queen is rolling down. Let me see if I can take the north side cabs. No, I think we're gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way here.
Still clear left, 25 left. 9523 heavy, affirmative, runway 25 left, clear to land. Runway 25 left, clear line, 9523 heavy. Hotel Mike Whiskey, turn left at Alpha 7, then turn left at Alpha, pick up your taxi speed off the runway, please.
Alpha 7, Alpha 10.
It's Queen heading back to Frankfurt.
Green Air 274 heavy, wind 25013, gust to 24, RNAV 2 Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
On left to Dash Star, 125.
Queen Air Cargo 777 Freighter up and next.
Present 2279 LA Tower, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait, caution, make sure 12.
5 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait, arrive 2279.
Charlie Golf Hotel Mike Whiskey, contact ground 175.
Now we also have a Coletta 777-300ER. Next arrival.
276 LA Tower, wind 25013, gust to 24, runway 25 left, clear to land. 5 left, clear to land,
Catch the very end of the 777-300ER.
Resin 2279, 12514, gust to 24, RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Going along for us here. Converted passenger plane, more than likely an old Emirates 777-300ER.
Right at Foxtrot, line up away at American 3334.
9523 heavy, turn left at Lima, then turn left on Alpha, contact ground 0.75 as you're exiting.
Lima, Alpha over to ground 0.75, 23 heavy left turn, good day.
Good day.
farther down on Imperial Hill. I got these poles in my way. We still have the Great
American
Sound.
3334, with 25014, gas to 24, on at the doctor, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
We have a takeoff, American 3334.
Officially now on an Alpha.
Horizon 2279, contact SoCal departure, we'll see ya. Switching Horizon 2279.
American flight heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, flight 3334. Do have a Delta, flight 9967, a repositioning flight coming from Seattle, A350-900, number 3 for arrival there on the north side. This United flight heading to London Heathrow, flight 923, a 787-9 Dreamliner should be making a U-turn, heading it back to 25 right. Christine, if they find out the super chat, says hello from Arizona, watching for my son to land today. Eva, flight 12, coming from Taipei. Oh, Japan, by the way, of Taipei. Oh, he's coming from Japan, by the way, of Taipei. Thanks. Yeah, should be coming up here.
1715 with 25012, got the
BWG 56. The $10 super chat, thanks so much. Says appreciate the show as always, Kevin. Kind of excited to have another option to get the LA area. Not a huge Allegiant Air fan, but starting service from Des Moines to Burbank next week. Well, look at that. Yeah, the official merger has been complete now between Sun Country and Allegiant. For now, they will operate separately, and then eventually the Sun Country, I believe the Sun Country, and no one's been really confirmed on that. Allegiant is buying Sun Country, but I'm not quite sure. Tell me if I'm mistaken. They haven't come out and said that the airline, after the merger is complete, that they're going to stick with the Allegiant name. Now that, I don't even know if that has been discussed. I think that pretty much was the given.
Cross runway 25, right at Quebec, contact ground 0.75 at the crossing. Cross 25 right at Quebec.
There goes Speedbird, the 777 at 300ER now pushing back. The flight will be heading to London Heathrow. I'm just going to put your super chat on the screen. You guys at home, talk amongst yourselves.
Flower 1715, contact SoCal departure, good day. Contact SoCal departure, 1715, good day. Delta 1876, taxi by hotel to Juliet. Cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground 0.75 as you were crossing. Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right.
Thank you, Evaner. Christine, back with the $5 super chat. Yes, Christine, Eva Air Flight 12 landing around 4:15. The sun is coming over from Japan, watching from Arizona. Yeah, we'll get that arrival there on the north side. Speaking of, we do have a heavy about to arrive on the north side. That relocation flight, Delta A350-900, coming from Seattle. Let's take you up there now. More than likely nobody on that flight except the crew relocating this A350 back here in Los Angeles, touching down on the 24 right. By the way, Crazy Llama, are you in the chat? Crazy Llama, I went to the post office yesterday. I got your letter and your gift card. Thank you so much. I appreciate the kind words there in your letter. Appreciate it. And of course, I'll use that DoorDash. Absolutely. So thank you so much for taking the time to write me a letter. I really do appreciate that. And it was very nice of you. So thank you very much. I did receive it. Appreciate it. We'll see you soon. Hopefully, maybe in New York. The 777 will be heading, more than likely, stand here on the south side. Corporate jet now taking off.
United 923 Heavy, wind 25011, RNF Doctor, runway 25, right approach, track clear for takeoff.
We also have a Frontier A321. Also heading to the south side. It's wearing that all green livery. Flight heading to Atlanta, American's green Airline livery, flight 4316. Got a United Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow, now rolling down the 25 right.
American 2167, hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
What am I swapping out?
25 right at Juliet, American 2160.
American 2167, I said make it down to Lima, hold short, runway 25 right at Lima, traffic in the out.
Hold short 25 right at Lima, American 2167. Down low, up to 2210, runway island, 5
That was 2210, only runway 25011, runway 25 west, clear to land.
5 left, clear to land.
Oh, cameras. Yeah.
23 heavy contact, token apart, you'll see it.
I should probably talk about that. So yeah, if you notice, I'm using the Panasonic camera for the daytime footage. I really do like this camera. I think it looks great. Stabilization is great. I think it looks great. I can get a full 60 frames out of it. I will make the switch to the beast known as Nighthawk a bit later, Tater. I don't like using Nighthawk for the daytime. I've tried it in the past in our shows, but I go back and watch and I say, you know what, use the daytime camera and make the switch. Back in the day, we used to make a switch, and that's why we have the Please Stand By music. So when I do this Please Stand By music here today, there's real reason for it once again. For a long time, we would make the switch from the daytime camera to the nighttime camera. I need that little extra time. That's why we do the Please Stand By. Then I hurt my arm, you all know, almost 2 years ago, and I couldn't make the switch. I could not make the switch. Well, for a long time now, I could have made the switch, but I thought, well, we used to use the Nighthawk as the daytime camera, so you should be all right, right? Now, I made a decision. Let's go back to what we did before. Let's officially make the switch later. Not right now, but later. So I might hit the mark. I may not. The please stand by music might go a little bit longer than it should. Wish me luck. This will be the first time of actually making the switch for real in a very long time. Again, this is British Airways Flight 282 heading back to London Heathrow at 777 at 300 ER. Nothing too exciting on the north side, but Southwest Flight 4164 coming from San Antonio, Texas, 737-800 at next arrival. Beautiful arrival. Good job, Southwest. When are you going to send us Independence 1? It still has yet to come to LAX. Susie Waldman with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Susie.
Good afternoon, Special Flight 118300.
Speedbird and now I'm going to start his taxi.
Runway 25 left, clear to land. Clear to land.
Flight 25 left, clear to land, Special Flight 1183.
We do have a Southern Airways Express Cessna Grand Caravan coming from Imperial, Flight 805. Next arrival here on the south side. So Speedbird is stopping traffic over there on the Bravo. Should be staying here for a south side takeoff.
Cross runway 25, right at Quebec, contact ground point 75.
Westbound Hotel to Quebec, cross 25 right at Quebec and ground on the other side, number 2210.
Continue his taxi down the 25 right. Our friend Joni with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Joni. Says you're an old pro. You can make that switch with no problem. Even back in the day, Joni, sometimes it just wouldn't connect right, and the please stand by music would continue. Don't be surprised if it happens here tonight.
Runway 25 left, clear to land.
I've done my best to try to get everything connected so there isn't much downtime, but it still needs some time to update itself and get everything moving and grooving in time. So I think that please stand by music only lasts like a minute 30. It's not a long time to basically switch out a camera, but we'll make it happen. We will make it happen. All right, that Frontier A321neo in the green livery continuing down for a south side takeoff as well, heading to Atlanta, Georgia. What's up, Kevin? How's it going? Good to see you. How was your trip? Good, good. That was amazing. But you had to, like, jerry-rig that, right? Oh, they do? Okay. Did you say they had Starlink? So they don't have YouTube. YouTube's not... Okay. Okay. I mean... Yeah, very nice. I can't remember what airline said they were going to put YouTube. I think it was Delta. I mean, they all will at some point, but can you imagine?
Ready golf, contact ground point 75.
I know exactly. That'll make the time go by. Oh, really? We used to say it like that was a whole different city over there than over here. Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's starting to cool off. It was hot and humid like an hour ago. We hit no winter. No. No, it's the coolest it's been all year so far. Got the steam coming out. We don't know what that's from.
1331 LA Tower 250 at 12, runway 25 left, clear to land.
We do have a CMA CGM Air Cargo coming in from Mexico City, 777 freighter 6 minutes out. Swiss Flight 40 coming in from Zurich, the 777 300ER. 10 minutes out, followed by Air France Flight 24 coming in from Paris, another 777 300ER, 14 minutes away. EVA Flight 12 coming in from Taipei, 29 minutes out, will be a north side arrival. Is there any people up there? Yeah? Okay. I scare them away. The cameras, yeah. They're all having a nice afternoon. I pull up and they all scatter. Yeah. Maybe going in at Proudbird, maybe.
7 cross 25 right at Juliet. Well, be over the ground, quick deploy, left 8332.
Speedbird is our next takeoff here on the south side. British Airways Flight 282, the 777 300ER. We just had a Frontier A321 just touching down here on the south side. We also have Condor in the green striped livery top. Those always go 50-50. We have a 50-50 chance for south side at takeoff, 50 chance for a north side at takeoff. How long are you in town for? Oh, wow, okay. Yeah, why not?
American 3014, LA Tower 250 at 11, runway 25 left, clear to land.
25 left, clear to land, 3014.
Huh. Interesting. They just don't make that car anymore? Wow. That's what they do. Take it back, bring it back. Oh, okay. What factory is that?
1945, taxi west on a hotel, cross runway 25 right at Juliet,
Is that the one
contact
close to
ground point
downtown?
75 as you cross.
Okay, so that would be the old Grand Am. Well, actually, no, you know what? They tore that down. All that is down. That used to be the old Oldsmobile. I'm mistaken. You know who know this? Nanny Needles. Nancy, we got a question for you. We're talking about Lansing, Michigan. Nancy, the old part of Oldsmobile that used to be downtown Lansing, where they used to build the Cala Sierra and the Grand Am. Didn't they tear that down? Or is some of that left? Because apparently Kevin over here is telling me that the Camaro was Lansing Grand River Assembly. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that's where they used to make the Grand Am and Cala Sierra. That's the plant where my dad used to work. I thought they tore that down though. I'll have to ask my dad. I've been in that plant. Well, it was dirty. Ugh. Oil everywhere. unless they tore it down and rebuilt it.
Just at 164
The
Los
place
Angeles,
next
good
to it, I
afternoon.
can't
Bases
remember what it was
reported at
called. It was
3,000
where
feet, runway 25 left,
they
clear
did
to
all the
land.
painting. It was called,
Frontier 4316, Los Angeles
still
Tower,
there?
runway 25 right
It has a
at
separate
Foxtrot line.
name,
Wait
yeah.
for the release, there will be traffic crossing
Oh,
downhill.
jeez. All right.
Right at Foxtrot line, boy.
Nancy, you there?
Oscar 1331, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground
Nancy would know.
5 as you're crossing.
Paging Larry. Yeah, well, to get a hold of my dad, you got to give yourself at least a week. Larry, you there? What's that? Yes, yeah. Yes, he was going to do it this year, and apparently his car's not working now. No, it's all right.
4316, when 240
better off staying
11,
home.
RNAV to Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Night Ranger 747 had a 1987 Grand Am. Maybe your dad had a hand in the build assembly. Yeah, maybe. Larry. Oh, not you, Larry. Yeah, okay. So the plant is right next to that, which was the power plant. And it was... Where's the factory relation? Over here? Okay. I'm pretty sure that the old factory was demolished, so this probably is something new. I'll have to look it up. I guess Nancy's not here. All right.
Speedbird 8 Delta Sierra Heavy, wind 25011.
Gosh, I want to know what that body shop was called. Let me look it up. Now I got to do the top of the hour.
American 3014, hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet.
Frontier 4316, contact departure.
It's officially 4 p.m. here in the Southland. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. That is Airline Videos Live. It is Friday, May 15th, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for joining me here this afternoon as we head into the nighttime plane spotting action coming up a bit later. Until then, sit back, relax. I got you covered.
American 3814, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, contact ground 175 at runway.
Okay, clear on 25 right at Juliet. 175 at
605 LA Tower, cross runway 25 right at
Speedbird,
Quebec, hold short,
British Airways flight
runway
282 heading back to London Heathrow.
Alright, this is 605 cross, right at Quebec.
Oh, I know what it was called. Fisher Body. Is it still there?
915 Heavy,
I think that's gone.
8915
sure.
Heavy, LA Tower,
It was right next door. And then the cars would literally be like a street, and they would literally on a ramp or something and cross the street. They go from Fisher Body over to the main plant. I think that's all not because it was really old. It was like Oldsmobile's old plant.
605, keep your speed up, cross runway 25 left, then turn left on Alpha, taxi eastbound Alpha.
I remember that name, Fisher Body.
Just at 164,
Crusty OG 757, a French ship with a $10 super jet. Thanks so much, ships. This was the Lansing plant. Osmo Bubbles. Osmo Bubbles only. No, it was Well, originally it was Oldsmobile only, and then, you know, this is how GM did it. They had one car, and they rebranded it, made it a tad different, and sold it with Buick, Oldsmobile, Pontiac, and Chevy. And sometimes Saturn. Sometimes they'd have the exact same car for 5 different companies. That's how they did it. That's how they lost a lot of their customers, too. All right, we do have a heavy arrival here on the south side.
3437, LA Tower, wind 25012, runway 25 left, clear to land. 5 left, clear to land.
CMA CGM Air Cargo Flight 8915 coming from Mexico City. Swiss and Air France heading to the north side. Ooh, it's loud.
At 8915 heavy, turn left on Alpha 7, then turn left on Alpha.
Qantas A380 Super. This was Flight 11 coming up from Sydney, Australia, now being pushed back. Will be brought back over to the hangar, and then will be brought back here in the 9 o'clock hour later this evening. We'll see it on a Nighthawk.
Turn left, fly heading 235 and maintain 3000.
All right, 2 777 and 300ERs heading to the north side. Swiss up first, followed by Air France, flight 24. Sorry about that, Trace. Also have Iberia, the A350-900 coming up from Madrid, Spain, flight 351. It looks like a south side arrival about 5 minutes away. Lots of heavies on their way in. Taking it back to the north side, Swiss, flight 40 coming up from Zurich. 6-year-old 777 at 300ER next to arrive on 24 right. Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines flight 698 heading to Seattle, a 737 MAX 8. All right, they're going to take that A380 Super over to the Qantas hangar. McKay Fly with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, McKay Fly, says AVL. No greater way to start the weekend. Well, thank you very much. Of course, we get you into the weekend, we get you out of the weekend. Not that we like getting you out of the weekend, but certainly get the party started on a Friday, and then a little Sunday party. Reminder, next week there is no Tuesday show. The shows will be Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday shows starting at 11 a.m. Pacific. We'll be taking you back up north to San Francisco, Wednesday and Thursday. Back-to-back days here on AVL.
Hold short 25 right at Juliet.
We've been having a lot of fun and going south on the 5. Now it's time to head north on the 5. All right, we're going to take it back to the north. Air France flight 24 coming up from Paris, the 777 at 300ER. Next arrival on 24 right. Wagyu, wagyu. Qantas A380 Super still being towed back to the hangar. We'll go to their next takeoff, the 737 MAX 8 with Alaska. Like they're moving the Delta in the Team USA A350. We'll be moving her back to Terminal 3 or 2. Next arrival here on the south side is the flight coming from Madrid.
We're showing 159 Bravo. We'll double check.
Maybe they're just moving around.
25 British Juliet, ground American 1167.
Following the flight coming up from Madrid, Iberia is Delta Airlines flight 747 coming up from JFK 767 at 300 ER.
Delta 47 heavy, check on we turn heavy Airbus on lost final with 25011, 25 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 25 left, Delta 747 heavy. Bay Charlie, Romeo, 125 right, Foxtrot, on board, traffic is not corrected.
Swiss making their right hand turn on to Kilo. And Iberia, the A350-900 coming up from Madrid, flight 351. It's a 6-year-old A350-900.
Takeoff 25 left, Quebec, Alpha Parking, George at 437. Iberia 030 Bravo Heavy, hold short, they're only 25 right. We'll call short, go 5 right, do it, yes, you don't need to.
We're doing a corporate jet taking off to 5 at right.
25 right at Foxtrot, line is right.
So we're starting to get all of our heavy arrivals late afternoon. All these will be early evening departures. I guess you could say this is like the third wave of heavies. We got that morning rush, early morning rush. We got that late morning rush. We've got got the afternoon rush. Now this is the late afternoon rush. Then later we'll get the evening rush. And that will be it for the incoming flights. And then it's the rush back out of LAX. Let's take it back to 25 left. The Delta 767 at 300ER comes up from JFK, flight 747. More heavies underway in. United Airlines flight 9335 coming from London Heathrow. 787-9 Dreamliner, number 2 for arrival here on the south side. Hawaiian flight 810 coming from Honolulu. A330-200, number 3 for arrival on the north side, followed by that Eva Air 777-300ER. Hear that corporate jet taking off now, taking off 25 at right. All right, Iberia now cleared to cross over 25 at right. Cameras for missing planes left and right. Really? Not that I can see. Both heavies should be cleared the crossover. By the way, we are testing, we're upgrading the version 2 in the next few months on the south side. And Mr. IT has been working. So if there's some craziness on the south side during the day, that's caused by him testing the new system. And just know that from what I hear, it will be well worth the little hiccups here and there here on the south side. Both heavies marching over 25 right. Jonas, did you get worried that I maybe forgot night camera, the Nighthawk? Oh no, Kevin forgot Nighthawk. It's not on the tripod. Did he leave it at the office? Trust me, that is a fear of mine. Is to walk into the office and not pick up Nighthawk when I pick up all the equipment, and to realize I don't have it when I come out here. That is a real fear. So I double check every time I leave on a Friday now. Do you have Nighthawk? Iberia looking like it's making a right-hand turn onto Lima. All right, we do have a United Dreamliner up next for arrival here on the south side. This flight coming from London Heathrow, flight 935. It's a 5-year-old 787-9 Dreamliner. No, the office isn't far away. It's right outside of LAX, but you don't want to be setting up all the equipment and then realize you don't have the camera that you need, and then you got to tear everything back down and go back. All right, we do have back-to-back heavies up on the north side. It will take it to the north. As Iberia continues down Taxiway Lima. To the north side, Hawaiian Flight 810 coming from Honolulu. A330-200 would be followed by EVA Flight 12, the 777-300ER. Also have United Dreamliner coming from SFL Flight 38. 787-10 Dreamliner. Looks like that is the flight coming in from Haneda. Was it stopping over in SFO? All right, Iberia continuing it down. United Dreamliner coming in from London Heathrow, touching down here on the south side. Number 2 for arrival is that flight. Looks like the Flight 38 is the Haneda flight. Looks like it's coming in from SFO. Maybe made a stop.
327, outside GGL, 25 left. Yeah, it's 30 flight, like that. 25 over 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land, Scout 3027.
Back to the north side, EVA Flight 12 coming in from Taipei, 777-300ER, 18-year-old 777. Kristen, he has arrived. There you are, back with the $2 super chest. EVA 12, 5 minutes out, excited. There, he just arrived. Cyber human, humanoid alien, gifting a gold coin for 10 jewels. All right. All right, we do have that 787-10 Dreamliner, the flight coming in from Tokyo Haneda. Says it's coming in from SFO, diversion to SFO. Flight from London over there at the beach. That's not a good sign for the Haneda flight arriving on the north side. Unless they're saving a gate for this flight. Take it back to the north side. It is the next arrival on 24 right. Should have arrived at 12:15 this afternoon. Arriving now on 4:21.
Runway 25 left.
Omega 642, okay, 125, 125 left, clear to land.
Good land, runway 25 left, runway 642.
See when it gets over here to the south side. We do have Qantas Flight 15 coming in from Brisbane, arriving pretty much on time. The 787-9 Dreamliner, 6 minutes out, will be a south side arrival here on 25 left. SAS Flight 931 coming in from Copenhagen, A330, 27 minutes away.
Tower, 1133,
Plus 33, like that, 25012, runway 25 left, clear land. 25 left, clear land.
American flight heading to Honolulu in that A321 Neo. What's that? Oh, they said 4 o'clock, yeah. I think you're right. Thanks for the reminder. Friend Kevin over here pointing out that the sun is coming out. Remember it said about 4 o'clock the sun would be coming out. Well, let's check back in this hour for our exclusive Airline Videos Live weather update. Currently here in El Segundo, still considered cloudy, 69 degrees Fahrenheit, just dropped 1 degree since the last time we checked in. 21 degrees Celsius. Sunny conditions expected now around 5. See, now they push it. It was 4, now it's 5. Wind gusts up to 13 miles per hour. That's your exclusive Airline Videos Live weather update. I'm Chief Meteorologist Plane Jockey Kevin. We need to fire that weather department. They said 4 o'clock sunshine. Now they say 5.
I
think we fired our weather department years ago. All right, Eva, heading here to the south side. Hawaiian flight coming up from Honolulu, flight 810. We'll be heading over to Terminal 6. Stopping there. 2 likes, teapot. Sends star for 2 joules.
Taxi Hotel Selena, Mexico 642.
Had a Mexico 737 Max 8 punching down here from Mexico City.
We ground at Mexico 640.
This is 981, how is that?
Eva also heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. Should be making a left-hand turn into Lima here shortly. So the United Dreamliner, the flight to Quebec from London Heathrow, still sitting there at the beach. Still have not seen the delayed Haneda flight just yet. Eva making that turn on to Lima. Next arrival here on the south side is Qantas Flight 15 coming from Brisbane, the 787-9 Dreamliner, just west of Downey.
Sister 981, 125.012, runway 25 left, and out to 46 signal.
Aeromexico heading up there to the north side. Thank you, Calvin. Yes. I've always said those TV news meteorologists have the easiest job. They work, what, 3 minutes a newscast? Stand in front of a chroma key, point toward different things, and you're done. You get paid a lot of money.
This is 981, contact with Airline today.
That Haneda flights is diverted to SFO. We'll see if it's got a gate. Looks like Eva actually making a turn heading into the west gates. Hitting Nui Flight 7 heading back to Papa 8 in the 787-9 Dreamliner, now pushing back as the Eva heads into the west gates. That flight could be a south side, it could be a north side at takeoff. We'll see where the tail ends up. Looking like that tail might be heading to the south. We'll signal a north side at takeoff for that. We're waiting for Qantas here on the south side to arrive.
Okay, we'll play.
There's that United Dreamliner. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Jonas is talking about how the Flight 15 is switching back to the A330 from Monday until late July. I thought for sure the A330 was never coming back. Never say never, right? In the world of aviation. Never say never.
We have 3 things flagged down. Passenger, heavy dream not a pink heavy on the stage. Traffic holding at the lift head about 9 year arrival with 240 runway 15 at the exit of Airliner, Lima, like 25 right, continue Lima to the ramp.
Roger, we are hotel liner, Lima cleared to cross 25 right, then Lima to the ramp, one of the
Exit 213 at the shoreline, turn left heading 235, maintain 3000, wind 24011, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff.
Yeah, shoreline heading 235.
I guess Qantas cleared the crossover 25 at right. Next takeoff is flight headed to Salt Lake City, the Challenger 650, NetJets flight 213 will be taking off here on the south side. Qantas will be heading to the west gates. It's a beautiful evening to plane spot out here at Imperial Hill. Should be a nice evening. an American 777 and now pushing back. Should stay here for south side at takeoff. This flight's heading to JFK, flight 4, 777 at 200 ER. Should be pushing back the Korean 747 in the updated delivery. We'll be taking her out to the remote area. Adriana 5341 sent cheers for 1,000 joules. Cheers, Adriana. Thank you so much. I guess these new gifts, they're a hit. No, I never see them. I think I see one every now and then. You ever see them? Well, apparently they show up on the chat, but either I'm looking somewhere else when they get sent in, but like if you send it should show up like on your chat. Once in a while I'll see it. Yeah, well, they used to have the super stickers and the super chats, and they got rid of the super stickers. Now they went with this. Yeah, now they got this. Yeah. I don't know. Next takeoff here on the south side at 25 right, flight heading to Sacramento and EJet, United Express, SkyWest, flight 5858. Now they should be pushing back that Korean Queen.
To the 58, wind 25013, and have Docker on 25 right at Fox, sharp, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Docker, 25 right at Fox, start for takeoff. Stairway, 58.
United 374, hold short, only 2.
Oh, YouTube's giving you guys free joules. Oh, Adriana, okay, so YouTube gave me 1,000 joules for free, so I decided to use them here. So YouTube's giving out free stuff, huh? Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
For United 374.
Joni, back with the $4 super chat and a cup of coffee. Thank you, Joni.
Hotel, hold short.
Drank a lot of coffee this morning.
And our United 1700, we have not received our final numbers yet. 1700, Roger.
That's a flight to Sacramento. All right, they're pushing back the Queen. Boy, there is nobody on board, and they're pushing her back real quick. Whenever going on, soul searching Emily sent sunshine for 200 joules. Thank you, Emily. Boy, in a hurry on that pushback. Anybody know if this guy worked at JFK? I'll never forget that pushback of the empty Virgin Atlantic A380 Neo. We were at the TWA Hotel a few years ago. Anybody remember that pushback? It's the fastest pushback that side of the Mississippi. All right, we do have a United 757 at 200 heading to Newark, flight 1700, marching down for a south side takeoff. Followed by another 757, this one a 300 heading to Honolulu, flight 1431. So back-to-back 757 takeoffs coming up. Margie remembers that. Some of you guys were asking about New York. We have put in a request for a week, not too far from now, and we put in that request almost 2 weeks ago, and still nothing. So it's getting on that borderline that if they come back and say yes, we may not be ready for it. So we're still waiting on word from the TWA hotel. They have to give us the A-OK before we can do anything. So we have not heard anything back from them. Hopefully by early next week. If not, then we'll have to find another week. And we'll get out there eventually. But so far, we got nothing to update you guys about. Now there it is. See the little cat playing the DJ? That's how they come up. Who said that? Oh, Danny Jump. Well, Speedster D sending a party for 20 joules. And Danny Jump sending a high five for 100 joules. And Danny Jump also sending the turn it up for 800. So I saw that. It was a cat playing the DJ. As a DJ. That one's for you, Armin. Armin V. Cat as a DJ.
United 1431, 123.010, now flat 025 right up Fox, strong clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 25 on the Fox, on the Docker, United.
United 1221, outside, 125 right up Fox, strong line for wait.
25 right up Fox, land and ready, United 1291.
To Newark in the 757 at 200. It will be followed by the United 757 at 300 heading to Honolulu. Oh, Aviation Mike, I'm glad you're here. I finally had the time to finally connect with the agency. They are now in touch with the airport. Aviation Mike.
Good afternoon, Copa 472, 11 miles flying LA and 250.
All right, the United 757 at 300, the flight to Honolulu, now rolling down, 25 right.
United 1221, 124.011, on half Doctor, 125 right at Fox, strong clear for takeoff.
On half Doctor, clear for takeoff, 25 right at Fox, United 1221.
American 4 heavy outside, tropical Fox, Doctor, 125 right at Fox, strong line for United 1431, contact with Fox, get in.
1421, still on.
See them bring back this Queen a bit later in this evening around the 9:30 hour. Lyric, the Game Boy, sending a gold coin for 10 joules, and DSW 0348 sent Sunshine for 200 joules. Stone 2099 with the $2 Super Justice. Good evening, Kevin. Waiting for Finnair Flight 1. Yes, we love the beautiful A350 white livery. So that flight coming in from London looks like it's about to cross 25 right head to the gates. Flight taking off heading to Orlando, Florida. Flight 1221 is 737-900 ER. Next takeoff is a heavy American Airlines Flight 4 heading to JFK. It's a 777-200 ER. Air Tahiti Nui, the flight to Papeete, taking off there on the north side. We do have SAS, next heavy arrival on the north side, flight 931 coming from Copenhagen. Air Premia, flight 183 coming from Seoul, a Dreamliner also heading to the north side, following a United Dreamliner coming from Shanghai. Lots of heavies here today. Should be seeing an American 777 heading to JFK, flight 4.
We'll cross 25 right at Golf, ground 475, 6347.
The sun. It has felt like Michigan here in the last couple of weeks. Gloomy, gray. On my way to San Diego on Tuesday, it ran into some rain, some drizzle. We got SAS up next for arrival on the north side. We'll take you high atop the H Hotel. Blah. Sent gold for 10 jewels. Sent a flower for 30 jewels. Also sent floating heart for 10 jewels. And Roxy Sage sending a gold for 12 jewels. I guess I'm going to have to understand how this works a little bit more. All right, until then, let's take it to the north side. SAS A380 up next for arrival. We have a 777 freighter coming in from Anchorage, China Southern Cargo, heading here to the south side. Back here on the south side, Copa is 737 to MAX 9 coming up from Panama City, touching down. Now head up there to the north side at gates of Tom Bradley. So they are putting Queen out there. Believe it or not, there is an Aer Lingus A330. Must have been the flight from yesterday, never getting out of here. Next takeoff here at the south side, United, flight 2413, heading to Austin, Texas. 737-800. All right, we got TAP Air Portugal, the A330neo now pushing back. The flight will be heading to Lisbon. This used to be almost an exclusive south side at takeoff. This year, not so much. Amelia Blah back with the $5 super chat says, happy birthday to my sister who got me hooked on Aviation. Well, happy birthday, sister. Amelia, thank you.
United 1623, 125.012
All right, well, maybe we're going to get lucky here for south side at takeoff for TAP Air Portugal, the A330neo. Looks like that tail heading to the north. Jeffrey Hines Airline set a sparkle for 2 joules. Thank you, Jeffrey. So I guess not all gifts come on screen, I'm guessing. It must be the higher end ones. If that's the case, then I think I'm going to hold off on the ding. Let's see. 800 and above gets the ding, I think. Or else you're going to hear the ding all day long, and I don't think anybody wants that. Alright, I'm going to call this, I think it is a south side at takeoff for tap. United Flight 199 coming in from Shanghai, 787-9 Dreamliner, number 2 for arrival on the north side, followed by Air Premia Flight 103 coming in from Seoul, also a Dreamliner. Remember back in the early days, we used to do the ding twice. Ding, ding, on every single super chat. I don't know why I did that. The flight was heading to Monterey, flight 2644 at 737-800. Val with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Val. Says, Kevin, do you have any plans to come to Reagan National this summer? If you do, could you let me know when? I'm only an hour away by plane. Val, no, there are no plans for Reagan, certainly during the summer months. Trying to think here. Right now, we're going to SFO next week. We're still waiting on New York. Chicago was almost 100% go, but now there's something going on with the airport again. It's a mess again, so I don't know if Chicago is going to happen. You know, the prices of stuff just gets higher and higher and higher, so I don't know at this point. But I know, Val, Reagan was never in the plans for this summer anyway. We were just there in the fall, which is actually a good time to actually come. So, Val, maybe we'll come back in November. I think it was November of last year we came. That was a good time. I liked it. This is the flight coming in from Shanghai, United Airlines Flight 199, a 787-9 Dreamliner. Now a tip alert from Allison and one of her great mods with the $10 tip alert. Says, personally, I like the tip alert jingle. Even if I played that all stream long too, you'd get sick of it as well. Thank you, Allison. TAP now has taxi lights on. We'll see if it heads here for south side at takeoff. Should it just continue down at taxiway Lima there. Speedster D sent a floating heart for 10 joules. We'll see you next week, Speedster D. Next takeoff, United Airlines Flight 1573 heading to Dallas, 737 and 900 ER. All right, tap. Starting its taxi. We'll see if it heads to the south. Couldn't make a left-hand turn onto Kilo. That'll be a right-hand turn onto Kilo. Some days they just do not allow planes to come to the south on Lima. It's almost like a one-way street some days. We missed the Air Premia.
Clear cross 25 right at Lima, then ground Southwest 2035.
Benno getting a star for 2 jewels. Thank you, Benno. Val back with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Val. Says Cav. Oh, if you come around Thanksgiving, I'll definitely be there, and I'll be at my sister's and celebrating my 5th anniversary with the Aviation. I stay until December. All right, well, we'll think about that. We went back there. Geez, when was that? Early November. It was a beautiful time. The leaves were changing. The weather was nice. Wasn't overly hot. Wasn't overly cold. Well, Dallas was cold. Well, that was because there was some storm that came in, but it wasn't. It shouldn't have been that cold, but that was a good time. Number 2 for arrival here on the south side, China Southern Cargo, flight 2535, coming up from Anchorage, 777 freighter. Tap heading here to the south side. And Ducky Pam with an awesome $20 super chat through Tip Alert. Thank you so much, Pam. Says to make Allison happy and yay for Nighthawk. Thank you, Pam. And thanks for using Tip Alerts. All right, Tap, making that left-hand turn onto Bravo, now heading down for a south side at takeoff.
Class 3052, okay, we'll keep on right at Foxtrot, right at the lake. Keep on right at Foxtrot, line 49.
Back to Dubai. Outside to the 777 freighter. radar.
Southern Car 2535, heavy turn left at Alpha 8, left and Alpha.
Alpha 8, turn off for that.
Alpha 8 and then Alpha.
All right, let's go back to the Emirates A380 Super. Should be heading up there for north side at takeoff.
Okay, 6213, hold short, 125 right call.
Hold short at 25 right call, 5213.
1352, contact full count of Park speeding.
Last up 1352, what's it?
Have another Delta 767 at 300 coming in from JFK, flight 701 at number 2 for arrival on the north side.
437, are you ready? Yeah, 1458 on the 72401 only 251, quarter line. Last 1343 on the 72401 only 251, quarter line.
Coming up to the top of the hour once again.
Scout 6213, pass on the heaviest Bravo, traffic holding in position, approximately 2,000 south, southwest 75.
200 Bravo, behind the heaviest Bravo, 2425 right, call,
605, and 235, 236.
We also have Condor, the A330 Neo, heading back to Frankfurt, now pushing back. Still got TAP A330 Neo.
United 1458, C150, your left.
Still making its way down for a south side at takeoff.
Plus the 437, official line from left at 220, maintain 3000, 125012, only 25 right at Fox, trying to for takeoff.
Charlie, you leaving? See it, Charlie. By the way, Charlie, the great mod, great producer, great editor, Charlie is going to be here on Sunday. Actually, he's going to be here the next couple of Sundays here at Imperial Hill, and then he'll be up there with me in SFO. So Charlie, our great editor, producer, Charlie will be here this weekend, next week, and the weekend after here on location. We're doing that Delta 767 up next for arrival on the north. Looks like this A330 more than likely heading up to the north side, of course, as well as Emirates. All right, back to the north side. The Delta 767 at 300 This flight coming from JFK, flight 701. Officially takes us to the top of the hour. It is officially 5 p.m. here in the beautiful sunny Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams. It is right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Friday, May 15th, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. All right, getting closer to Nighthawk. Still about close to 3 hours away. 3 more hours of daytime plane spotting, and then we'll take over to Nighthawk territory. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you're new. Welcome, and sit back, relax, enjoy. We got a United flight heading to Fresno, California, now rolling down that 25 at right.
Juliet, hold shorter on the 25 right.
Talk about sit back, relax, and enjoy the smells. I got the Nightcast candle. Yes, we have a candle at shopavl.com. I got my candles. I lit it yesterday, and maybe it's just my head that's saying this, but I swear to God, it smells like Jet A. It could all be in my head. Now, not typical Jet A, kind of it's like a Jet A with a little relaxation smell to it. Anyway, yes, we sell a candle called the Nightcast. That's our upcoming show coming up in the next few months. We're still working on it. That will be a late night show called the Nightcast. And I got to tell you, if you light the candle, it'll put you in the mood, I think. For a little nighttime plane spotting action.
Clear to land, United left hand side. Got 246 Alpha cross right, 25 right, call, crossway 75.
A330 Neo heading back to Lisbon. I had the candle lit and I was thinking, all right, if you've got this candle lit and you're watching the Nightcast or maybe even Nighthawk, would it make you feel like you're at the airport? And I said, I think it actually might. It might. And maybe, again, maybe it's all in my head. Let's see. I know it's Shane. Shane, you got a candle. Pam, I think you got a candle too. So I want your feedback, Pam and Jane. When you get your candles and you light them, have it on during one of the streams and see if it makes you think that you're at the airport. Stranger things have happened. Michelle R.S. One of our great mods with the $20 super chat. Thanks so much, Michelle. Said, did you get to pick a prize at the end of the night with all the coins and stars, etc. you have received? Laugh out loud, looks like DFW isn't on the books again. Thank you goodness. I use pencil when I write the dates. Well, I'm glad you brought that up there, Michelle, because, yeah, it would have been going, what, next week? I looked at the forecast. All next week, rain, thunderstorms every single day in the 80s and 90s. So, yeah. I think in the end, Brownlee was a good decision.
Good afternoon. Hello, turn left, Mike 805, ILS, Lufthansa.
Oscar 980507241025
Cubby Bear asking, what is your accent? Oh, a mixture of all kinds of things. First of all, I got a Michigan accent. So you're probably hearing a little Yooper. And then I lived in Louisville, Kentucky, so I got a little Southern accent. And then I have lived out here in Southern California for many years, so I got that LA accent too. So it's a little mixture of all kinds of stuff going on. Say probably the majority of the accent that comes out is probably Michigan. It's probably more Michigan than anything else. Though I was only in Louisville, Kentucky for like a year and a half, and I developed a Southern accent slightly. But I haven't lived there in so long; it's kind of not there anymore. But right, Condor heading up to the north side. Emirates as well. Lion King 5030 with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Lion King. Says have a great afternoon. Big hump from Chapel Hill there in North Carolina. Hello, North Carolina. Just had a United at 757 at 200 and coming up from Newark. It's like 219 and 2191. Just touching down here on the south side. Finn Air Flight 1 heading to the north side, number 3 for arrival, coming up from Helsinki just a minute out, the A350-900. Emirates now making that right-hand turn onto Echo. Well, tactically, I wasn't a Uber in Michigan. That would be the Upper Peninsula. I'm not from the UP. I'm from Lansing. Lansing. Lansing, Michigan. Go back and watch that new trailer. You'll hear my Michigan accent as a young kid. We're here in Lansing, Michigan. Next takeoff here on the south side, United Express SkyWest Flight 5426 heading to Arcata. It's an E-Jet. Also have United 777 at 200 pushing back from Terminal 7. We'll be heading to Honolulu. As well as Speedbird right there. British Airways Flight 280 heading back to London Heathrow, the second flight of the day on the 777-300ER. Of course, we got the A380 on its way in. What is the opposite of an Uber? Uber. Downer? I don't know. Downer. Yeah, down there in Lansing, we're just the downers. Nanny from Michigan. Oh, you're in the chat now. We were asking about the old Oldsmobile plant in downtown. Nanny, Needles, Nancy, did they tear down the old Oldsmobile plant? I think they did in downtown, right? Fisher Body was connected to the old Oldsmobile plant. Did they tear that down? Did they build a new plant down there? Uper duper. The dupers. Val back with a $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Val. Says Kevin, picking Reagan is the better choice. It's way better than Dulles. My sister and I nicknamed Dulles the Roach Motel. You can get in, but not out. Yeah, you know, as much as I love Dulles, it is a beautiful terminal, but boy, oh boy, it is showing its age like you wouldn't believe. They literally could go into certain parts of Dulles, certainly the older terminal building, well, the check-in glass building. You literally could go in there and film a 1970s movie today, and you wouldn't have to change much of anything. Because I don't think much has changed inside that main check-in area. Even the baggage claim area. You just feel like you're going back in the time. Some people might like that. And I do, don't get me wrong, but it just, I remember at the United ticket counter, there was like a wood panel behind the check-in desk, and it was like falling apart. It was taped up. The floors were taped up inside the. Yeah, it was a mess. It's a mess. Of course, they're gonna change all that. Nanny Needles Nancy back with the $5 super chat says opposite of a Uper is a trill. Remember, we live under the bridge. A trill. I don't remember ever hearing that. A trill. Alright, let's take it to the north side. Finnair Flight 1, the A350-900, coming in from Helsinki. Next arrival. Still waiting to take off there on the north. Second KLM flight of the day also heading up. Pushing back from the north side, gains of Tom Bradley A&A and the Future Promise livery. The flight heading back to Tokyo Haneda. That will also stay there on the north side. Next takeoff here on the south side, United Flight 1170 heading to Honolulu, 777 at 200. Got a UPS 767-300 freighter coming up from Louisville, Flight 5900, 4 minutes out would be a south side arrival. Looks like Emirates still waiting, number 2 possibly for takeoff. There on the north side of British Airways, the second flight of the day, now starting its taxi. We'll stay here for south side takeoff, making that left-hand turn onto taxiway Bravo.
Right turn, Hotel Juliet, Delta 96.
So you. Alright, Emirates lining up there on the north side. Next takeoff here on the south side, Air Canada Flight 792 heading to Toronto at 737 at MAX 8.
Tower UPS 5900 ILS 25 left.
UPS 5900 ILS 25014 25 left.
Good land 25 left, UPS 5900 in.
Alright, UPS flight coming from Louisville, checking in. Currently number 3 for arrival here on the south side. Got another Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter coming from Seoul, going to be flying directly over us. Not quite sure if we're going to see it or not. Make sure we don't miss the A380 Super. Alright, A380 Super Emirates still not lined up there on the north side. Let's see if we can get this 777. Get me a little, not the easiest. It's a little, you know what, let's not even try. It's too easy. Alright, let's go to the Air Canada 737 MAX 8. Next takeoff here on the south side. British Airways, Speedbird still making his way down for a south side takeoff.
SoCal departure today, Air Canada 792.
Oh! Nanny Needles Nancy back with the $2 super chat says it's troll, not trill. Troll? We're not trolls. I don't agree with that, Nanny Needles. I'd rather be called a downer. Alright, Emirates starting its roll down to 24 left there on the north side. I'm going to try to use the north side cameras. We may have to do it the old-fashioned way here. And let's go to the north side. Here we go. Emirates rolling down to 24 left. Beautiful shot of the ocean. Flight heading back to Dubai. One of the 3 days it's actually here at LAX. Will be back on Sunday. Alright, Finnair making its way over here to the south side. Flight 1 coming from Helsinki, the A350-900. Love to get this as a south side departure. Speedbird.
1195. Your gate is open. Turn right at Quebec. Cross me 25 right from the ground, 0.75. You got 1195.
Right at Quebec. Cross 25 right. Contact ground, 0.75. United 1195.
All right, keep going, Finnair. Looks like it's heading to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley. Will give us a better chance for a south side takeoff during Nighthawk. No, maybe not Nighthawk.
I would just require 2 minutes wait.
Okay, in the future, let the ground know, because now you've blocked the runway. Honey, 5900 heavy, turn left on to Alpha, taxi, and contact down 0.75.
Alpha 0.75, UPS 5900 heavy.
All right, UPS just touching down here on the south side. Sorry, missed that touchdown. Staying with the shot of Finnair as it heads to the southeast corner. Brian Henry with the $5 super chat. Thanks so much, Brian. It's just popping in to say hello. We'll be lurking, but we got you on in the background. Brent and I, our favorite AVL show. We love our Nighthawks. See ya. Hello, you guys. All right. Well, at least I know I'm on in the background, right? Thanks, you guys, for checking in.
Yeah, 475 left on the tower, wind 25014.22, let me 25 left to the left.
As of Cathay Pacific, Flight 882 coming up from Hong Kong as 777 at 300ER, just 6 minutes out. Running about an hour late here today. We'll be arriving on the north side. Next takeoff here on the south side is the British Airways Flight 280 heading back to London Heathrow, the 777 300ER. Also got that Korean Air Cargo Flight 8203 coming up from Seoul, 777 freighter, 3 minutes out, south side arrival. Johnny says I've become Muzak.
Yeah, 212, are you all set?
We are ready to go, United.
Just on in the background.
Thank you.
Just kind of, it's like the white noise.
Speedway 28 Foxtrot Heavy or now Docker, wind 26013, gust 22, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, 6 we're taking off.
Alright, Finnair, a good chance for a south side at takeoff on that one. As we'll head back to Helsinki a bit later.
Got a 212, crossway terminal from a 2 by the Foxtrot on the highway, traffic will cross down field.
Foxtrot terminal, Barnable wing, 25 right at Foxtrot.
If you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button to feed the beast, as we call it. Subscribe if you're new, and make sure your notifications are all up to date. Our next live broadcast will be back right here in Imperial Hill, starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. That's bright and early, 8 a.m. Pacific. Back here at Imperial Hill for the big Sunday show. The next week we take you to San Fran, SFO. Wednesday, Thursday of next week for San Francisco. Gotta head back up there and see what's going on. All right, Speedbird now rolling down that 25 right.
Got a 244 crossing a 2 by right and around 75. On a 2 by right, around 75. You got a 1275 from right hotel 7, hold short on that 2 by right to Juliet. Hotel 7, hold short as 7 right at Juliet, and it's 1275.
Alright, the second flight of the day
Speedway 28 Foxtrot Heavy, contact
for British Airways. Now out of here. You know, Legend Shane back gifting 50 Airline Videos Live memberships. Awesome, amazing support from the Legend Shane. Thank you so much, Jane.
RNAV doctor, still takeoff on 25 right at control. The 10 by 5, the 59 hotel, keep up on the Foxtrot on the way.
I'll throw a little tip alert in there too. Thank you, Jane. So did you guys see, I watched yesterday Noel Phillips. Did you see his newest video? How he took five different flights between Southern California and Northern California. He started SFL on American Eagle E-Jet, got here to LAX, went to the Eagle's Nest, had a slight delay trying to connect to his flight, which was going to be on Alaska, back up to SFO. He never made that one. So then he changed his flight to a United flight to SFO, barely made that one, got up there to SFO, turned around, came back. Then he went to Burbank. He went down to Burbank. And then from Burbank, he went back up to SFO. And then finally, the last flight he took from SFO back, I believe he went back to Burbank, was JSX. He did that all in one day. It was 5 trips. I think it was 5. Right? 1, 2, 3. Or am I missing something? Anyway, it was a full day of going back and forth between Los Angeles, LAX, and Burbank, and SFO. And I'm sorry, he also went to, no, he ended the day in Oakland on JSX. That's right, back to Burbank. Kind of a fun video, him running through the terminals.
I'm
sure I screwed it up. There was a lot of legs in between. He says anything for the clicks. You know, that's got to be it. That is a tough job those guys have, because I think they're running out of ideas. At some point, you've done everything. You've seen everything. And now you're going to come up with just crazy stuff for content. Pre-now cargo, the 777 freighter coming in from Seoul, next arrival. tune in to a beautiful evening here in the Southland. Let's check in with our exclusive Airline and Videos Live weather update for this hour. Currently here in El Segundo, California, mostly sunny, 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Partly cloudy conditions expected around 6 p.m. Wind gusts up to 11 miles per hour. Beautiful evening for Plane Spotting here on Airline Videos Live. Thanks you guys for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. Night Hawk coming up in a few hours. Not quite sure if this Screener Cargo 777 making a U-turn.
That's 54 off of star number 3, wind 250 at 1 tree, runway 25 left to the land. 2
Next takeoff here on the south side, a flight to Phoenix, 737-800, American Airlines flight 1362.
Number 3, we'll make it number 4.
I do have a heavy heading into the north side. Cathay Pacific Flight 882 Kevin from Hong Kong at 777-300ER. Next heavy arrival on a 24 right.
American 1362, contact Chilka departure.
Next takeoff here on the south side, American Airlines Flight 205 heading to Kahului. It's an A321 Neo.
Queen 82 ready, hold short of runway 25 left is all.
Hold short of runway 25 left and go. Currently A303.
Shaw Reinhardt. Set sunshine for 200 joules. Thank you, Shaw.
Large 7964, turn left on hotel, and then hold short of runway 25 right at Lima.
Okay, up to the left at hotel, and hold short in Lima, 25 right, what is it?
Runway 25 at the front, on the way.
Runway 25 right,
All right, back to the north side, Cathay Pacific, the 777-300ER coming from Hong Kong. Next, having arrival, they're on a very busy 24 right. A320 touching down here on the south side.
Agency 710, cross 25 left, trim left on Alpha.
Cross 5 left.
1203, trim left on Hotel, hold behind Polaris. Actually, hold short up on my 25 to Juliet. Hold short, 25 left, Juliet. Otherwise, you won't put it, stop this 25 left, 13. Got 4920 on now, Docker, wind 24012, runway 25 to Foxtrot, let's take off. 820, baby, taxi to the ramp. 141 regular car, number 3, and 24012, and 25 left to the ramp. And reach the 675.
Is that an A320? Wow. A320 heading to Seattle, United Airlines Flight 1284, a 28-year-old A320. We don't see too many A320s with United, certainly in the older livery. here to LAX.
United 1284, contact for the departure. 1284, good. Got 5,000 LA Charlie, traffic will pass, and 25 for the Foxtrot, on way.
Next takeoff is a flight heading to Oklahoma City, American Eagle, Sky West. It's an E-Jet. Now we're going to stay with the A380 Super Lufthansa Flight 453 heading back to Munich, now pushing back. Michelle Lorenz, one of the great mods, gifting 5 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Got 5,000 LA Charlie, keep up at the Foxtrot, line of weight, traffic is processed.
Keep up at the Foxtrot, line of weight, 5,000.
Got 4928, contact departure. 684, hold short of runway 25 right at Juliet. Hold short, right Juliet. 5,000 LA Charlie, keep up at the Foxtrot, line of weight.
Of course, this A380 Super will head up there to the north side. Alan Espinosa with a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Alan. Says happy Friday, Kevin, from Albuquerque, New Mexico. Hello there, Alan. You got a package coming to you, Alan. Not quite sure what day it's going to arrive. But it's on its way. It's on its way, Alan. I went into the P.O. box yesterday, and Tyler, the guy that works behind the counter, said, I had 2 boxes. And he's like, are these not pre-printed? Is the postage not pre-printed? I said, Tyler, who do you think I am? We don't have our pre-printed postage. I said, I barely ever send anything out. He goes, oh, that's right. Well, these must be gifts. I said, yes. I can, if we had our own printer of printing out postage, I would never have time to go live streaming. Next arrival is a heavy here on the south side at Virgin Atlantic Flight 141. This is the flight number that will eventually become a A330 Neo this summer. Flight 141 is currently a 787-9 Dreamliner.
Scott 5036, maintain full practical speed for that departure, please. Reduce final, Scott 5836.
All right, next arrival here on the south side and 25 left. Also level flight 2623 coming in from Barcelona, Spain at A330-200. Also a south side arrival. Number 4 for arrival. So again, this will become an A330 Neo sometime this summer. Be replacing this 787-9 Dreamliner flight 141 coming from London Heathrow.
Roger, left hotel and right Juliet, could cross 25 right into ground, 1217.
Now let's go back to the A380 Super. Should be running some flight tests here. Alan back with the $2 super chat. Says, thank you, Kevin. You rock, sir. Well, my pleasure. A few and a little extra surprises for you there, Alan. Converted 767. Wearing the Avengers livery. Virgin will be heading to the north side of gates of Tom Bradley. Stowing on the A380 to start his taxi here. Next takeoff here on the south side will be United Airlines Flight 233 heading to SFO at 737 at MAX 9. The level A330, 4 minutes out, number 3 for arrival here on the south side. It will be arriving at 25 at left. Still a lot of heavies. Lots of heavies. Another super on its way in. British Airways Flight 269, the third British Airways flight of the day. Running about 15 minutes behind. Estimated time of arrival is 6:31 p.m., 52 minutes away.
Delhi 236 Alpha Heavy, lost on the tower number 3, wind 250 at 1 tree, runway 25 left to the land.
Virgin crossing in our shot. To the 6 o'clock hour, 6. So just probably about 2 hours away from Nighthawk launch.
2547 Bear for the gate number.
Like I mentioned, I actually am making the switch here today like we used to do. I'm actually switching out the cameras during this official switch. Wish me luck.
Cross 25 right at Juliet and go to Grand American 2547.
233 Los Angeles tower traffic.
A380 Super now starting to taxi up there to the north side.
Runway, runway 25 right, Foxtrot, 233.
November 600 Foxtrot Juliet, Los Angeles tower and trail with a heavy Airbus 330. Caution with turbulence, plane 250 at 12, runway 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left, clear, Foxtrot.
Walter Simpson, 1992, sending a gold coin for 10 jewels. Thank you, Walter. Now we got Levo, the A330, number 2 for arrival here on the south side.
To Docker, runway 25 at a Foxtrot, let's take off.
Next takeoff is a flight to SFO, United Airlines Flight 233 at 737 at MAX 9. It's starting to get windy.
American 341, crossway 25 right, and ground point, come up.
Alright, flip off, 25 right at Julie here, and contact Airline 341.
Got a 233, contact departure.
High level coming in from Barcelona, A330-200. Next heavy arrival here on the south side at 25 left.
Airpod 5, LA Tower, attack 2-way, Quebec, crossway 25 right, open up runway 25 left, LA. Airpod 5 Tower.
That looks like
Airpod 5, there you are, at Quebec, crossway 25 right, hold short up runway 25 left, do it quickly if I can get you cross both runways here, but you go fast.
Quebec, close to 25 right, close to 25 left, that looks like
Level coming in from Barcelona, A330-200. I don't really hear too many people talk about level. Anybody in our chat actually flown at level?
close to 25 left, that's the last that looks like.
Anybody?
We're 0 November, LA Tower. Airpod 5, thank you. Contact ground point 75, westbound out.
0.75, that's the last that looks like.
Now we got some gates to fill up that whole west side of Tom Bradley. Only Swiss sitting over there. Let's fill it up. Challenger over here on the Alpha.
602 November, lost in the tower number 2, wind 260 at 13, runway 25 left to land.
Ron and Linda back with that $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Ron and Linda. Says hi, Kevin. Started watching, rewound, and saw the A380 on 25 left and the 747-400 freighter being towed. Saw the whitetail 777 at 300ER. New to me. Glad that you are in Clutters. Explain what these jewels are. And Charlie at SFO. Yeah, Charlie's going up to SFO with me. He'll be helping me with the equipment and
Where do you go today?
keeping me company on the ride up.
Yeah, I think.
Lucky for Charlie. Maybe I'll have him even drive a little bit. Charlie, you want to drive a little bit of that 5 freeway? Whoa, I don't think I've been a passenger of my own car ever. Because no one else ever offered to drive my car. You want to drive my car, Charlie? Is he even there? Ron and Linda, yes. The jewels are, I guess they're coins. They're coins, and then you use them toward the stickers here in the chat. Lima Charlie said sure. Yeah, it's they took away the super stickers. If you remember, the super stickers were like basically like little crazy people doing crazy. I don't know. It was a bunch of weird stuff, and now these animate on the chat window. I guess it's kind of new to me, but a lot of you guys are using it, so try it out. I think YouTube is giving you guys some free jewels. All right, the Lufthansa A380 Super rolling down to 24 left. It's like 453 heading back to Munich. Level, heading toward one of those empty gates there at Tom at Bradley. Which one, the A380? Let me ask, Mike, does anybody know how many passenger seats are on that A380 on Lufthansa? I don't want to say the wrong number. Anybody, Gina, do you know how many seats there are on that A380 on Lufthansa? By chance? It's usually about 300 to 400. I don't... Oh, that's a good question. I have no idea. She looked kind of heavy, so maybe a decent amount. Let's see. Anybody? Scrambled eggs says 500. Really? That high? Oh, 500? Really? It's over 500? The safe says 550. I thought it was more like 4 something. 509. That's more than I thought. All right. There you go. Yeah, you're welcome. Really? It's that high?
Block 1716 LA Tower, wind 24014, remain 25 left, push land. 0.25 left, you're gone, running 1716.
We got a flight heading to Eugene, Oregon in E-Jet, Alaska SkyWest, flight 3290. The next takeoff here on the south side.
Sorry, it's 1743 a mile. LS2 5
Go to 1743 LA Tower, number 2, and 25014, remain 25 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 25 left.
509. Thanks, you guys. A woman was asking me, I don't know if she had anybody on the flight. She was asking how many people were on that flight today.
3290, contact departure.
Couldn't actually give her the real number of how many seats were occupied, but 509. Arrival here on the south side, Valaris, flight 1716, coming from Guadalajara. heavies on their way in. Delta Airlines Flight 738 coming in from JFK, 767 at 300ER, 9 minutes out. United Flight 2238 coming from Newark, 777 at 200ER, 19 minutes away. Turkish Flight 9 coming from Istanbul, 777 at 300ER, 31 minutes away. Aer Lingus Flight 69 coming from Dublin, A330-300, 33 minutes out. British Airways A380 Super Flight 269 coming from London Heathrow, 38 minutes away, followed by French B. Running about an hour late, French B Flight 730 coming from Paris Orly, the A350-900, 42 minutes away. So we got a lot of heavies still on their way in. Of course, we have a lot of heavies. We'll be heading out as well. Let's go to the Volaris A320 up next. Flight coming in from Guadalajara in A320 Neo. This American Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow, now pushing back. Should stay here for each south side takeoff. So that Aer Lingus A330-300 that was sitting out there at the west remote area is being towed back. This would be the flight. This would be the flight that will heading back to Dublin.
Okay, program will keep right at Lima to the hotel and contact Runway 17. Lima, clear to program will keep right at Lima and contact City Tower, Volaris 17.
So they use this aircraft for the return flight. Not quite sure what they're going to do with the one arriving. The one arriving coming in on time too, so it's not like the one coming in is running late. I guess they're just going to swap out the aircraft. Volaris A320 Neo coming in from Guadalajara will now cross over 25 at right. We'll head to the west gates. Coming up to the top of the hour once again, Tammy Lynn. Sunshine for 200 joules. Thank you, Tammy.
American 635 on our doctor, when 2501 goes 21, runway 25 on Foxtrot, look to take off.
Next takeoff is a flight heading to Indianapolis, Indiana. American Airlines Flight 635 is 737-800.
1643 Charlie Tower, wind 25012 goes 21, runway 25 left, good flight.
Sun. It's starting to get chilly out here. We also have an Eva Air Cargo 777 freighter just pushing back onto Alpha. And there goes Aer Lingus, going to park it at Tom Bradley. Eva Air Cargo Flight 619 heading back to Taipei. A 777 freighter will be taking off here shortly on the south side. Hey, Renat, are you ready for Wagyu Wednesday? Wagyu Wednesday. Place to be will be at the Marriott for Wagyu Wednesday. That American Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow should stay here for a south side takeoff.
Got 6211 on camera, keep up by the Foxtrot, on the way.
25 right, Foxtrot, land the way, Kevin, 211.
Got that Delta Flight 738 coming in from JFK 767-300 ER number 2 for arrival there on the north side as we come up to the top of the hour. Yes, Renee says Wagyu Wednesday. Looking forward to it.
On that Docker, 125.12, on the 25 by the Foxtrot, takeoff.
On that Docker, 25 right, Foxtrot, takeoff,
1643,
6211.
turn reverse on 7, hold short of runway 25 by
The Dreamliner now making its way over there to 25 right. As we take you officially to the top of the hour once again. 6 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action. Right here on your home for LAX live streams. Let us right here on Airline Videos Live. It is Friday, May 15th, 2026. I am your Plane Jockey Kevin here at an Imperial Hill. Thanks you guys for tuning in, hanging out with me here this late evening. Not late evening, early evening, 6 p.m. to 6 p.m. as we march closer to Nighthawk territory. Usually starts about just before 8 p.m. So just about an hour and 45 minutes or so before we release the Hawk. Sit back, release all the stress from this past week. Let's just watch some planes together. Light your nightcast candle. Sewing on that EVA Air Cargo 777 freighter, the EVA Air that came in its flight 12 from Taipei, now being pushed back from the west gates. That will be moved out to the remote area. Tomcat says, watching Aviation totally relaxes me. Dylan Meredith, 26, becoming a silver member once again. Thank you, Dylan Meredith. We do have a Delta 767 up next for arrival on the north side. The other night I said, you know what? I've been watching too much plane spotting. I need to watch an old movie. So YouTube has a lot of movies you can watch for free, and I'm just very picky about movies. I'm like, I'll turn off the movie within like an hour or half an hour if I'm not feeling it, and I'll get back to that story. All right, the Delta 767 coming from JFK up next for arrival there on the north side.
get you off on runway 25 left. What's the plan now? American 136 heavy last going to tower, runway 25 at a Foxtrot, line up away. Line up away, 25 right at Fox, American 136 left. Over 2 out to the back, go left Alpha 7, turn left on Alpha, taxi to the ramp on this frequency, safe parking. Alpha 7, Alpha, and we'll go on signature.
So anyway, so I'm going through YouTube, going through the movie selection, and it changes about every week. So if you want to find a movie, but you don't want to like spend money on it, and if you're up for like an older movie, something you haven't watched in a while, just go through the YouTube movie. A lot of them are free if you just watch it with ads, which is no big deal. So I'm surfing through the movie selection, and what do I see? I see a movie I haven't seen in forever, and I loved it as a kid. I don't know why. So I started watching Fried Green Tomatoes. Fried Green Tomatoes came out in 1991. Yeah, boy. They just don't make those 90s movies like they used to, huh? Tug at the heartstrings. Good old fried green tomatoes. Number 2 for arrival there on the door side. United Airlines flight 2238 coming in from Newark at 777-200ER. I had to turn it off at one point. Some parts of that movie is so emotional that I just can't deal with it. So I had to turn it off.
Eva 619 Eddie, runway 25 left on the away cost for Turkish 20 Heavy Dreamliner Airline.
Alright, the Dreamliner heading to London Heathrow, rolling down the 25 at right.
Close Tower American 1256, RNAV, RMP, Zulu, runway 25 left. Next 1256, Close Tower, heavy Boeing 777, holding in position, cost under 1.25010, runway 25 left for the land. 25 left for the land. 5909, Toronto Hotel 6, turn left on Hotel. Hotel 6, left Hotel. Next 136 heavy, contact departure. This is departure, next 136 heavy. Eva 61980, RNAV to Hyper, wind 24011, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff. Eva 61980, RNAV Hyper, wind 24011, runway 25 left, clear for takeoff. Eva 61980.
Hey Zeus.
Clear for takeoff, runway 25 left, RNAV to depart Eva. Delta 909, possibly 25 to Juliet, contact 1.7.
My friend Jesus with the Super Chats. Greetings, AVL team. Today is my favorite day, Friday afternoon, watching the Nighthawk show. Almost 5 thumbs up. Well, we're almost there, Jesus. Thanks for your awesome support. Good to see you last weekend. Oh, I'm sorry, that was 2 weekends ago, wasn't it? Yeah, it was 2 weekends ago, but time is flying by. No, it was last weekend. It was last weekend. Sorry, it was last weekend. All right, Eva Air Cargo, Flight 619, heading back to Taipei. The 777 freighter lined up for 25 left. Rolling down the 25 left. That's the runway closest to our cameras and our microphones. If you like a nice loud, well, use the turn it up emoji and turn it up. It's Friday. You're having a party at home.
2930 Los Angeles Tower, wind 25012, runway 25 left, 6 land. 25 left, 2930.
take you back to the north side. Back to the north side, United at 777 at 200 ER, coming up from Newark, flight 2238, next arrival. On the south side, Hawaiian to flight 809. This flight heading to Honolulu, A330-200, pushing back from Terminal 6. We'll start his taxi here shortly and head down to 25 right. Looks like Turkish 777 at 300 ER coming in from Istanbul, flight 9, 8 minutes out. Will be a south side arrival. On the north side, All Nippon, flight 106, coming up from Tokyo Haneda, 787-8 Dreamliner, 7 minutes out. Aer Lingus, flight 69, coming up from Dublin, and 19 minutes out.
For the 456, turn right, hotel 6 cross, me 25 over Julia, contact off from 75. 6 cross, 25 right, 675 inside.
Raul Morales with the $10 super chat. Says, Dear Kevin, I'd like to wish a happy birthday to my sweet sister Maria Jose on her big 50th birthday. Thank you for being such incredible human, MJ. I love you. Thank you, AVL. Well, happy birthday. Welcome to the 5.0 Club, Maria. Would love to hear celebrating your birthday here on AVL. Happy birthday. Welcome to the big 5-0.
Turning final, RFP, runway 25 left, Zulu. 630, LA Tower, number 2, 1250 to 12, runway 25 left, to land. Clear land, 25 left, Delta 630.
This flight coming in from Atlanta, Georgia, flight 1256 and A321. Hawaiian A330 on the move now, heading to 25 right. Is everyone having a great night so far? We were talking earlier about how this week was just kind of weird. It was kind of like a kind of dull kind of a week. I know I was feeling it. I know when I asked that question earlier, a lot of you guys were saying, yeah, it was kind of a dull week. It was kind of just a weird week. I don't know how to describe it. Not like bad, not good, just dull. Like there just wasn't anything exciting about this week, was there? Wonder why. How does that happen? How do we all have dull weeks together? Inquiring minds want to know. Ducky Pam says, yeah, it was a drab week. You know what, Pam? I think you're right. She's blaming the May Gray. I think for us here in Southern California, I gotta agree with you, Pam. Now that the sun has kind of come out just a little bit here in the last couple hours, I feel much better. I don't feel as dull. I feel like I got my energy back all of a sudden. I really, honestly, I'm from Michigan originally, and there really is something called the dull gray skies will do a number on you, and as a kid I just couldn't take it anymore, and that's why I left Michigan at 18. I said I just can't deal. The cold is one thing, but the gray skies and no sun for half of the year, I just can't do it. So I hopped in my 1984 Cutlass Sierra and drove out to Phoenix, Arizona, one place that gets sun. So when it's, we got the May Gray, June gloom, it really does it does affect you. Certainly, if you guys have lived in Midwest, certainly Michigan, and felt that, then you know exactly what we've been going through here in Southern California. I know you guys are all like, oh, you poor thing. You guys in Phoenix have been heating up almost over 100 degrees. Every time I called Charlie for a business call, he had to step out of the office. He said, I'm standing in the sun. I'm burning up. How much longer is this phone conversation going to be? Right, Charlie? And then I was like, well, why are you standing in the sun? All right, Hawaiian number 2 for takeoff. Speaking of Arizona, the E-Jet heading to Tucson, Arizona. Next takeoff. Turkish Center Heavy, caution by turbulence, heavy Airbus 330 departing inboard runway. Alright, A330 up next. We do have that Turkish 777. Pretty empty here at Imperial Hill, I guess. I scared everyone. Uh-oh, Kevin's here. Let's get out of here. I know Larry, the Game Boy's around here somewhere. Alright, the Hawaiian A330 heading to Honolulu, now rolling down to 25 right. So the 630 cross me 25 right, center ground, 0.75, so 630. Ground on the other side. On Charlie, hold short of Yankee and then contact ground 0.65. Alright, so at 30 we'll hold short again, Yankee and then ground of 40. Alright, Turkish flight 9, 777 at 300ER up next for arrival here on the south side. We'll head up to the north side of ANA up next for arrival. Turkish popping wheelies over here.
Heavy, turn right here, Hotel 7. Cross from me 25 to Juliet, contact ground point 75. Hotel 7, Juliet, and Church Center Heavy at Juliet, cross runway 25 right, contact ground point 75. At Juliet, cross runway 25 and represent the
Alright, ANA, the Dreamliner, 787-8 Dreamliner, next arrival on the north side. This flight coming in from Tokyo, Haneda, flight 106, a 12-year-old 787-8 Dreamliner. Lots more heavies on their way in, including the Speedbird A380 Super. LAX is pretty much staying pretty busy, pretty consistent here tonight. Looks like Aer Lingus, the A330-300, coming in from Dublin. Flight 69, 4 minutes out, will be a north side arrival.
I told you contact ground point 75. You're blocking the runway. Contact ground point 75 now. Contact point, I'm to 75. Okay, thank you.
Uh-oh.
Which runway do you block? Winds are 25012.
So ATC saying that Turkish blocking at 25
215,
right.
just hold in position here. I don't know what the Turkish is doing at taxiway Juliet down there.
Oh boy. Oh boy. We all know this ATC controller.
So the 1779 off of the tower, number 3, 125012, runway 25 left, quick to land. Good land. Okay, Scott 2215, he's finally moving now. Wind 25012, RNAV Docker, runway 25 at a Foxtrot, clear to take off. RNAV Docker, 25 at a Foxtrot, clear to take off.
You don't want to mess with him. The flight next to depart, American Eagle SkyWest flight 6215 heading to St. Louis, E-Jet. Yeah, don't block the runway. Must be these pilots' first time here at LAX.
946 to right Hotel 7, from a 25 to Juliet, contact ground point 75. Good
Next heavy arrival on the north side of Aer Lingus, the A330.
Contact SoCal departure. Good day.
SoCal departure, I'm going to 1615.
Bye-bye.
Followed by Speedbird, the A380 Super. All right, Turkish making a right-hand turn onto Lima. Also, French B arriving about just over an hour late, 12 minutes out for that A350-900. Just over on, just south of Ontario, so it looks like it should be a south side arrival for the French B. Will it be a south side at takeoff?
Charlie, Hotel 7, Warrior Hotel 6 is fine. Cross me 25 right at Juliet, contact ground 0.75.
Hotel 6, cross 25 right, Juliet, contact ground.
Friendly reminder, if you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button, feed the beast as we call it. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Turkish making that turn, should be heading usually parks on the north side of Tom Bradley, but I think there might be one open position up there. This Frontier Flights, A321, coming up from Houston, Texas. Steve the Eagle, livery, flight 1755.
Los Angeles Tower, good evening, United 576, about a mile and a half.
Joni with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Joni. Says Plane Spotter Paradise coming up anytime soon. Possibly, Joni. Of course, we're going to SFO next week. I would assume you guys probably want me to go back to San Diego the week after, right? So we'll have to find some time to get Plane Spotter Paradise back into the rotation. Though, I don't know. They're saying the rattlesnakes are rampant this year in Southern California. They're saying they're all over the place. People are saying finding rattlesnakes all over Southern California. I hope there's not any rattlesnakes up there at Plane Spotter Paradise. Aer Lingus A330-300 up next for arrival. Officially have two Aer Lingus A330-300s here, as the flight yesterday did not depart. So maybe that one actually, maybe we'll have two Aer Lingus departures here tonight. Possibly, now that I think about it. Starting into a beautiful evening here in the Southland, and let's check in with our official Airline Videos Live exclusive weather update. Currently here in El Segundo, mostly sunny, 65 degrees Fahrenheit. Sunny conditions will continue for the rest of the day. Wind gusts are up to 11 miles per hour, 18 degrees Celsius. So sunny conditions for the rest of the evening here. That's your exclusive Airline and Videos Live weather update. I'm your chief meteorologist, Plane Jockey Kevin. Bob, back to you.
58, LA Tower, runway 25 left, line up the way, be ready
Well,
to
look
go.
at there. We have a Delta 757. What are you doing? How you doing? What are you doing there?
7 General Air Tech tips the whole bar.
Oh, the flight came from Mexico City. It's like 630. Looks like it's trying to get into the West Gates. International arrival. Well, that's going to be a long walk if you're connecting. That's a really long walk.
At a 576 Adelaide exit, turn right Hotel 7. Hotel 7, 576.
Must not have any space on the north side of Tom Bradley. Usually they park all the Delta International flights on the north side of Tom Bradley. At least it's close to Terminal 3 and 2. This is going to be going into the West Gates. Have fun on that walk, because you can't take the bus. You're going to have to walk that. You're going to have to walk all underneath the two taxiways, Kilo and Lima, through Tom Bradley, then over to Terminal 3. You got a great walk ahead of you. And there's no way around it. No bus for you. Unless they've got a special bus. It's going to take people to Terminal 2.
Alright, on Julia, cross 25 right over to ground. Have a good night, United 576. Response 27 Heavy, LA Tower, wind 25012, runway 25 left, clear to land.
So we're adding a Delta international flight to the West Gates. All right, up next on the north side, the A380 Super, British Airways. We got Air France. A350-900 coming from Pompey to flight 27, and next heavy arrival here on the south side.
Regency 710 at the shoreline, turn left heading 220, maintain 3000. Wind 250 at 12, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Heading at 220. 25 right, clear for takeoff, Regency 710. IF58, turn left heading 235 and contact departure. 235 with the Foxtrot, cover button. Scott 4962,
All right, British Airways flight 269, the A380 Super coming in from London Heathrow. Next arrival on the north side. The south side, Air France A350-900 coming from Pompey to next arrival 25 left.
Wingspan 286, LA radio check. Wingspan 286, line clear. Response 27 Heavy, turn right, Hotel 9er, hold short of runway 25 right. Hotel 9er, or front 25 right, front 027.
So it looks like that other Air Lingus A330 actually headed up to the north side of Gates.
Response 27 Heavy, cross me 25 right at Lima, contact ground 175. Let's 25 right at Lima, cross to 175. S286, cross me 25 right, cross me 25 left, come up on Alpha. 25 right, turn right on Alpha, 1026.
That aircraft will head into the West Gates. We'll stay on the west side of the West Gates.
Good evening, Air Incheon 284, approaching to 5 reps.
Air Incheon 284 Heavy, tower number 2, wind 25010, runway
French
25 left to
Bay up next for arrival on the north side. We do have the Queen checking in. Arizona coming in from Seoul, the 747-400 freighter, number 2 here on the south side as we keep things rocking and rolling here at LAX here tonight. Very consistent here tonight. Lots of heavy action both on the north and the south side. Take it back to the north side. French B up next for arrival, the A350-900. Flight running just over an hour late, 1 hour 5 minutes late for French B coming up from Paris Orly, flight 730, 11-year-old A350-900. Got that Queen at number 2 for arrival here on the south side. Also a Delta, flight 291 coming up from Paris, A350-900 at 2 minutes out. That's going to be arriving on the same time as the Queen here on the south side. Of course, the Queen, all eyes on the Queen.
It's going to be Lufthansa Hotel across 25 Red Juliet over ground, launch 14.
Also from Latam, flight 2476 coming up from Lima, Peru, 767 at 300ER, 6 minutes out. Will be a south side arrival for that one. And we'll take you to the Arizona old Asiana cargo 747-400 freighter. Alaska flight coming from Guadalajara.
Got a 535 left on the star number 3, wind 25012, runway 25 left to land.
Clear line 25 left, add 5.
Now we've got the Queen up next for arrival here on the south. Arizona flight 284 coming up from Seoul, a 32-year-old converted 747-400 passenger plane and now cargo plane. This airplane used to fly with Asiana Cargo. Now Arizona Air Incheon. Lordy, that was loud. All right, Speedbird A380 Super heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. Boy, oh boy, that was loud. Nothing like having a microphone up there high atop the H Hotel to get the awesome sounds on the other side of 25s. Of course, this aircraft will head up there to the northeast corner of the South Complex. Yeah, exactly. What? What did you say, Kevin? All right, Speedbird making those final turns, heading into the gates. Let's have an Air France 777 also heading up for north side of takeoff. Looks like Iberia A350 now pushing back. You can see what's remaining of the Asiana paint job. A gold stripe. The cargo. Used to say Asiana cargo. Of course, this used to be a passenger plane before it became a cargo plane.
Go 6408 LA Tower, wind 25012, runway 25 left to the line. LA Tower, good afternoon, Southwest 494.
All right, the Queen then making that right-hand turn onto Bravo.
194 LA Tower, number 3, wind 25012, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land. 3. Sorry, 3.
Used to be Asiana cargo. It's a
Echo Jet
cargo
2553, keep up your speed to exit traffic on a 2-mile funnel behind you. Turn left and off the 7, turn left and off, but don't stop, taxi departure. Good Island and Alpha 7 to the left of 3.5.
Iberia A350, the flight heading back to Madrid. It looks like the tail pointing toward us here on the south side. More than likely we'll head up there to the north for a departure.
Echo Jet 2553, it's going to be a left turn on Alpha and then taxi to the ramp. Which ramp are you going to? Turn Alpha and we're going to Metro ramp, 2553. Alaska 595, that's the time, keep over to Foxtrot, on a buoy.
Alright, so this Queen heading up there to the northeast corner of the South Complex here.
Up to 595 on that Docker, wind 25012, runway 25 over to Foxtrot, let's take off.
Getting close to the 7 o'clock hour. We're rocking and rolling to the Night Hawk. I almost said the Nightcast. Some people were asking me, Kevin, is the Nightcast going to replace the Nighthawk? No, it is not. No. Nightcast is a whole, it's the name of the show. Nighthawk is the name of the camera. Nightcast is a whole show in itself. It's going to be different than anything else. It's going to be inside the studios. We're going to be taking the 24-hour live cameras. It's going to be a very chill, kind of fun, laid-back kind of a show, late-night show. Think of almost like a late-night talk show, except I'm not that funny. But that is the Nightcast. We do have Air France. Next takeoff there on the north side.
And then a 535, crossing 2 right, kind of ground point 75.
Yeah, turn down the lights, light the candle, the Nighthawk candle. Joshua Siegel gifting 1 Airline Infinite's Life membership. Thank you so much, Joshua. Probably am funny than some of those late night talk show people.
Long route 2476 heavy, lost on a tower, wind 25012, runway 25.
Flight coming from Denver, flight 535 is 737-900 ER.
Sub 54 away, turn right hotel 6, turn right on hotel.
Right turn hotel 6, right turn hotel 6.
All right, let's take it back to the north side. Air France rolling down at 24 left, heading back to Paris. It's flight 25. Well, the Tom 767 at 300 ER, number 2 for arrival here on the south side. The flight coming from Lima, Peru. Got 2 A350s there on Kilo. Stare down on the Kilo. Uncle Car Guy, I don't know when that show is going to actually start. There's a few things we got to get created for the show, and we're just trying to do some other stuff. Charlie's been busy. He's trying to redo all the trailers on the channel since the older trailers are kind of old now, so we have to update those. So we're kind of busy just dealing with some other things. I'm working on it behind the scenes. I don't want to give you a time frame just yet, but I would say probably within the month. Oh, look at Iberia making a left-hand turn on the Lima. Will be a south side at takeoff. Just as a Frontier plane. Just as the Frontier pushes back. Well, I'm sure that just makes Iberia just
Hotel 7,
happy there.
25 right at Juliet, up at 494.
Got 24 at 3 on Doctor, wind 250, wind 2, runway 25 with the box, up at the takeoff.
Doctor, 6 takeoff, 5 right at box,
We also have SAS now pushing back as well. Flight heading back to Copenhagen at A330-300. So Iberia now having to head back to Kilo. We'll definitely head here for south side at takeoff.
25 left. I was 14 and 4 front, 25 right at Juliet, ground 75. 24 right at, 25 right at Juliet, ground point, 7 knots up there, 4 and 4. Yeah, 64, 31, Alex, everyone, G7 to Foxtrot, 1 away, traffic, south and outfield. 25 right at Foxtrot, minus the wing, and 24, 3 contact, clear that departure. I'm back to departure, 24,
All right, Iberia back on to Kilo. It looks like we have Illinois 1 just touching down there on the north side, the 737-800. It's one of my favorites. Friend Joni back with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Joni. Joni says, when I discovered you 6 years ago, Bruce had asked if I found planes to watch online, and told him I found this one channel with this funny man who had a nice voice and sounded so enthusiastic. 6 years ago. Boy, oh boy, you found me in the early days, didn't you? Well, thank you, Joni. Glad you stuck around all these 6 years. Tell Bruce I say hello. That's at Latam at 767 to 300 yard coming in from Lima. Iberia heading back to Madrid. We'll be making that left-hand turn on to taxiway Bravo, heading down for a south side at takeoff.
Go 6431 12501 to our nav Docker, runway 27 to Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff, our nav Docker, Kevin 6431.
I would assume that the SAS is probably headed up there to the north side. But then again, I thought Iberia was heading to the north side. Jim, the old dude, with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Jim. Says, Kevin, you are that good. Well, thank you, Jim. Well, thank you, Jim. I appreciate that. I can't believe how many hours? Almost 4 hours already we've been live. Well, this day is just flying by. I'm starting to get nervous about the whole transitioning to Nighthawk. Am I going to do it all right? Delta Flight 353 coming up from JFK. It's a 21-year-old Old Northwest A330-200 at just 8 minutes out. Asiana, wow, they've really pushed this flight back into the evening, haven't they? Asiana Flight 204 coming up from Seoul, the A380 Super. Get this, now a scheduled 7:25 p.m. arrival. Actually, it's arriving 25 minutes early. So, if you guys remember, we used to have the early morning Asiana flight that used to arrive around the same time as the Korean Air. That is gone, and now the first Asiana flight of the day used to come around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and now they've pushed it to 7:25. That's interesting. Unless that's just on a Friday. I don't believe it is, but...
Go 5341 LA Tower 125.012, runway 25 left, clear to land.
That must be new. There's Illinois 1 heading up there to Terminal 1. All right, Iberia is still making its way down to Bravo, heading to 25 right.
Dragon 297 on tower, waiting for a handful off the north complex. We'll call you back with a sequence.
I'm sitting here thinking, like, why would they do that? I guess to spread it out. You know, at the merger, Korean says that Asiana will be officially gone by December of this year. I'm just thinking maybe they're trying to spread out the flights now. Then again, that A380 Super always had to be moved away from Tom and Bradley and then brought back. If it comes in at 7 o'clock now or 7:30, it will just stay at the gates and not have to be moved. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Less cost of having to move the A380. There she is at the downwind leg. We'll be right around about 6 minutes there on the north side. Well, that is late. Looking forward to Finnair. Flight 2 heading back to Helsinki. It's parked over there on the southeast corner. Will give us a better chance for a south side at takeoff. I also have Singapore, Flight 36, the first of 2 A350 900s coming from Singapore. 3 minutes out will be a north side arrival. Looks like that Delta flight coming from JFK. These A330 heading to the south side. Lots of 777s coming in from Asia, also on their way in. I'm seeing a Western Global Queen tail move over here.
Iberian 0352 Heavy, Airline 125 at Foxtrot, on the way, waiting for traffic off north.
This flight will be departing to Shenzhen at Western Global, Flight 211. 34-year-old converted passenger plane, now cargo plane, now pushing back onto taxiway Alpha. All right, so we got the Queen, we got the A350, lots of aircraft on their way in. We got Nighthawk coming up. Almost 2,000 of you guys watching around the world. SAS officially heading to the north side.
Yeah, 5341, taxi Hotel Juliet. Hotel holds for the Cape Back.
The sequel to Goonies. We started the broadcast here today. I was just about to go on the air, and about 20 police cars zooming down Imperial Highway heading to Dockweiler or something. It reminded me of the opening to the Goonies movie, if anybody remembers that. Remember the police chase through the city? It was like the Goonies here at an Imperial Hill. I wish I had the Goonies music to go with it. All right, I think our Iberia is our next takeoff here on the south side. You have that Singapore on the north side.
352 Heavy, wind 25011, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Feather Jansen, hello. They're from Arizona. Thanks for tuning in. Says, my name is Feather, and you are my favorite plane spotter. Live plane spotter from Yuma, Arizona. All right, so we got that Queen on Alpha. We got heavies coming in the north side, the south side. Singapore up first, followed by the Asiana A380 there on the north side. Here on the south side, the Delta A330 coming in from JFK.
2170 taxi via Hotel
Juliet.
All right, Iberia rolling it down. 25 at right.
2170, hold short, upper wing 259. All forward, upper. American 650 LA Tower, approximately turbulence, heavy 330, 2 mile final, 125.012, runway 25 left, clear line. 125 left, area 0352, heavy contact, SoCal, departure, have a nice flight.
All right, let's take it to the north side. Singapore flight 36, the first of two A350-900s coming in from Singapore. Next arrival on 24 right.
Takeoff on that doctor, American 767.
SAS up there.
American 614 on Kevin 125 and a Foxtrot monoplane traffic will cross off field.
Here on the south side, a very loud south side. A330 coming in from JFK. Last Sunday. Can you just bring down the pot on that just a little bit? Thank you, Alice.
Correction, American 2767, contact SoCal to March to you. American 2767, get it.
It's the mixer that goes out to me. This is the one you worked on last Sunday, if that makes sense. All right, let's head back to the north side, the A380 Super. Heading up there to the north. Got that Queen Western Global Flight 211 heading to Shenzhen. Still continuing down for a south-sided takeoff.
Back 11.
72 LA Tower, runway
Also have
25
a
left.
FedEx flight 1234. Looks like the picture on Flight Radar 24 is an old 727. It is a 767-300 freighter heading to Memphis. Apparently the registration must be an old 727. Take it back to the north side. SAS now rolling down to 24 left. It's flight 932 heading back to Copenhagen on this 10-year-old A330-300.
Along 72, 1250, 12, runway 25 left for land.
Singapore making its way down to taxiway Kilo, heading to the gates of Tom Bradley. Again, this is the first of two, flight 36, coming in from Singapore. Next arrival on the north side is Delta Airlines flight 392, coming in from Reagan National, an old TWA 757 at 200.
That's 1297, crosswind 25 to Juliet, ground 75.
And it is officially top of the hour.
FedEx Express will wait on you guys. How's it going?
Time at once
Global
again.
211 heavy Global 211 heavy, turn left at Golf, hold short of runway 25 left.
Just after
Overarching
7 p.m. here in beautiful Los Angeles, California. You're watching continuous live coverage of LAX plane spotting action right here on your home for LAX live streams on his Airline videos live. It is Friday, May 15th, 2026. I'm your Plane Jockey Kevin, getting that golden hour light. As you can see, the sun is about to set here in the next 40 minutes or so, and then we'll launch our Nighthawk nighttime plane spotting coming up. Sit back, relax, I got you covered. Make sure to hit that like button if you haven't yet. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. Take it to the north side of the 757 up next for arrival. The flight coming in from Reagan National.
Global 211 heavy next arrival about 3 miles final at Golf, crosswind 25 left and runway 25 right. Turn out at the Bravo. Runway 25 left, 25 right, Golf and right to the Bravo with roll 1411 crosswind 25 right at Juliet, ground 75. 25 right Juliet, ground 75. Let's go.
Jim the old dude back with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Jim. Says deep breaths, Kevin. You'll be fine on the swap over. We believe in you. Yeah, I know I'll be fine. I just haven't done it in a while. It might take a little bit longer, but we'll see. We'll see. Coming up this hour. Thank you, Jim. Just Mini Girls sending a star for 2 joules. Appreciate that. We got that Western Global crossing over 25 left. We'll also cross over 25 at right and get in line for a takeoff on 25 at right.
Canada 793 LA Tower 1250 runway 25 left for land.
10 p.m. for you guys on the East Coast already. My gosh.
So it's 5408 LA Tower going 25 to Foxtrot, line of Boeing. Got 5408, we're going to about 2 minutes.
So the Queen will be following United Express SkyWest flight 5408 heading to Seattle and Egypt.
SkyWest 5408, okay, turn left to Charlie 1, turn left on Charlie, and hold short of Charlie 3. Charlie 1, turn left on Charlie 3.
Yeah, I guess the Seattle flight's going to turn on to Charlie. Not ready.
Jet 249, taxi up 2 and hold short of runway 25 left, arrival traffic.
249 on golf, taxi up to hold short of runway 25 left.
Yep, on golf, hold short of 25 left.
Frank, 1268, cross
I
runway
think
25 right at Juliet.
Fin
down to
Air
75.
has its lights on. Should be pushing back here shortly.
Western Global 211 heavy,
Flight 2
runway
heading
25
to
right at Foxtrot, line of plane
Helsinki.
traffic
The
crossing outfield.
A350-900 will hold for a south side at takeoff.
Plane up and way runway 25 right, Foxtrot with Global 211 here.
All right, we got the Queen up next for takeoff.
Yeah, West 54, right at the
Fin Air now pushing back.
Will you guys be ready upon reaching?
Firm will be ready upon reaching Tower 54 Juliet.
54, Jerry, about to make a U-turn at Charlie 3.
U-turn Tower 3, Tower 54 Juliet.
By the way, you see the window behind the Fin Air? That is the walkway that takes you to Tom Bradley that connects to Terminal 4. In fact, you can walk the whole airport when everything's together. Of course, you're missing Terminal 5, but if you were to walk from Terminal 4 over to Tom Bradley, those windows that you see there behind the Fin Air, that is the walkway that you take into Tom Bradley. You can do some great plane spotting there. It's a pretty open area, too. A lot of people stop there and just watch the planes outside those windows.
Takeoff and hold short of runway 25 right, departing traffic.
Alright, cross 25 left at golf, hold short of 25 right,
Western Global 211 heavy, 124.011 on after Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Brian Marsh, 3811, sunshine for 200 joules.
Now 54.0, caution wing, turbo, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line of plane traffic for cross Comfield.
Caution 25 right on place, 54 Juliet.
Frank 1172, taxi Hotel Juliet, hold short of runway 25 right.
Hotel Juliet short of 2 right, American 1172.
Such at 249, verify, hold short of runway 25 right.
All short of 25 right, 249.
Still waiting on the Western Global Queen as she's lining up.
American 1172 on the ground, checking on 49 Alpha.
You're on ground.
Sorry, sir.
49 Alpha's open. Control 34 heavy, LAX ready check.
Sounds good.
1234 heavy, tank taxi up to hold short of going 25 left, arriving traffic.
Taxi up 2 and hold short, 25 left, running 1234 left.
Asiana, the A380 Super, not with a 7:25 arrival time, making his way to Tom Bradley. That is the international terminal.
The 249 traffic holds in
Western
position,
Global
cross
heading
going
to
25 at a golf and turn right up
Shenzhen,
to
a
Bravo.
converted passenger 747-400 rolling down.
So 1234 heavy,
25
cross going
right.
25 left at Foxtrot, hold short of going 25 right.
Alright, that hex 1234 heavy, cross 25 left at Fox, hold short of 25 right.
1172, cross going 25 at Juliet, traffic to position now on 75.
Crossing 25 right on Juliet, ground on 75, American 1172.
Canada 793, vacate to the right, taxi Hotel to Juliet, hold short of runway 25 right.
Hotel Juliet, hold short 25 right, Canada.
Western Global 211, heavy contact, SoCal departure, take care.
Departure, Western Global 211.
Thank you, sir. Such at 249, you're third in the sequence. That's your next.
Ricky Woodruff sent sunshine for 200 joules. Thank you, Ricky. We got that FedEx flight 1234 heading to Memphis, the 767-300 freighter. Just crossed 25 at left. It's on Foxtrot. The taxiway Foxtrot will be taken off on 25 at right.
1234 heavy, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up plate, the Embraer will continue straight out.
FedEx 1234 heavy, line of plate, 25 right, that's fine.
34 Heavy, 125.011, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
FedEx 1234 Heavy, clear for takeoff, 25 right, RNAV Docker.
Filling up those gates.
Jet 249, caution, wait turn, Marshall 125 right at Foxtrot, on white traffic, cross Hillfield.
More heavies on the way in. Includes United Flight 821 coming from Hong Kong at 787-9 at Dreamliner. 6 minutes out will be a Northside arrival. Philippines Flight 102 coming in from Manila, just 27 minutes out for that 777 at 300 ER. Finnair.
Over departure.
See if it stays here on the south side. Finnair Flight 2 heading back to Helsinki.
X306 LA Tower, wind 25011, runway 25 left, clear to land. Check in the 793 traffic hold position, cross runway 25 right at Juliet. Just speed up one, please. Contact ground 7 cross. Speed up. Prepare by that 2175 for ground. No,
FedEx Flight 1234 heading to Memphis, 767 at 300 freighter.
FedEx 1234 Heavy contact, kind of partner, have it going.
Kevin can't text and plane spot at the same time. I miss things. MFR 440 becoming a silver member once again.
Jet 249, winds are 250.11, fly runway heading and maintain 3000, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, cleared for takeoff.
Runway heading 3000, 25 right, clear for takeoff.
And we got a NetJets Challenger 650 up next for takeoff. 777 freighter lining up, China Southern Cargo, flight 2510 heading to Shanghai. We'll be taking off here on the south side. Finnair, what do you think it's going to be? Is it going to be a south side at takeoff? No right-hand turn for Finnair. That's what we don't want to see. Finnair to make a left-hand turn.
25 right at Foxtrot, line up wind, expect about 2 minutes in position for a helicopter left right along the shoreline.
25 right, Boy, United, 5046.
Takeoff, United Airlines Flight 1846 heading to Salt Lake City at 737-800. Followed by a flight to San Diego. United Express SkyWest Flight 5386 in the E-Jet, number 2 for takeoff. United Dreamliner just 3 minutes out will be a Northside arrival up there at 24 right. Finnair now starting its taxi.
Jet 1846, 125.011 RNAV Docker, runway 25 to Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Looking good for a south side at takeoff.
Gavin 5386, LA Tower, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up wait, you're following one off the north side. Line up away, runway 25 right at Foxtrot.
Looking good. We'll be making that left-hand turn onto Bravo, heading to 25 right for Flight 2, heading back to Helsinki. It looks like that United is actually heading here to the south side, making that wide turn to the south. So that will be the next arrival on the 25 at left.
Keep the speed up, traffic in position.
Our next takeoff is United Express SkyWest Flight 5386 heading to San Diego, a very classy city as we all know. In each end, we've got the China Southern Cargo 777 freighter. We'll be heading to the 25s. You're looking at the Asiana A380 Super as they unload all the cargo there in the back. Flight 204, at least tonight, with a scheduled arrival time of 7:25. They used to arrive in the 3-4 o'clock hour, if you guys remember.
Go at 5386 125011, runway 25
Should be seeing that Swiss level as well. Turkish. Still got a lot of heavy action coming up. Alright, maybe down a little bit more notches there, Allison. Allison's trying to work on the audio. Maybe down just a little bit. Just a little bit more.
We'll see you. Sky 5386.
Good 4087 ILC 5 left.
Sky 4087, only turn caution, wing turbulence preceded by a heavy 78, a heavy 350 departs to right, 125011, runway 25, left quarter land.
Quarter land 25 left, good 4087.
Well, the Streamliner was certainly heading to the north side with hardly any traffic out there to the east, was able to make that wide turn and arrive here on 25 at left and be closer to the gates, heading over there to Terminal 7. The Bravo.
Center 2 Heavy 12510 enough Docker, runway 25 at Fox, time for takeoff. Takeoff and 25 right, you heavy.
And 1707, non-attack caution, wait turbo, 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. And 1707, correction, caution, wait turbo, 25 right at Foxtrot, line up the wait only.
Line up the
All right, Finnair up and next for takeoff.
Philly cargo 2510 heavy, LAX.
Go ahead, go ahead, 2510 heavy.
Philly cargo 250, correction 2510
Alright,
heavy,
goes.
taxi up 2, hold short of runway 25 left, arriving traffic.
Taxi, hold runway 25 left, cargo 2510 heavy.
AirPod 5, LA taxi up 2, hold short of Foxtrot.
Taxi, go to the Foxtrot, and what's that?
Finnair 2 heavy contact, so out of departure.
Beautiful. Thank you, Finnair. We've been waiting for that shot for a while. Hello. Val back with a $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Val. Says I really hope we can meet up in Reagan in November, Kev. I'll be flying in on the 24th and back on December 2nd. I'll be coming in on American Eagle, most likely staying in Lorton, which is about half an hour from DC. Well, I can't guarantee anything right now, Val. That's a long ways away. I can't even tell you what I'm doing in a couple of weeks from now, Val.
Traffic's on a 5-mile final.
But Val will try to make it happen. I'd like to go back to DC definitely in the fall. Kaden with the $1 super chat. Thanks so much, Kaden.
Taxi Hotel Juliet, hold short of runway 25 right. Hotel Juliet, hold short of 25 right.
Is that your plane? That's the one in 400? Is that Gemini? Oh, you broke them? Is that a Gemini? Oh, so small. Trade models with what? What model do you want? I do have a bigger one. Well, it's not one I want to trade, though.
Yeah, it's 4087 traffic in position, cross 125 right ground 75.
Hold on.
25 right, Juliet, ground 4087. Airport 5, fly runway heading 124.011, runway 25 left, cleared for takeoff, traffic 2 and 1/2 mile final. 25 left, 2, but takeoff, runway heading up.
Is there any other one you want?
1707 contact, clear out of March, take care.
Oh, jeez, I got everything. Are you going to be here on Sunday? All right. Well, hopefully, if I don't forget, I'll bring one. All right. We don't have to trade. I'll just give it to you. Okay. Oh, it is? Oh, then maybe we should wait another month. All right. If I forget, then I'll do it the following Sunday. All right. I'll try not to forget. Allison, do not make me forget about Mateo's plane for Sunday. All right. See, she'll remind me. All right. Corporate jet taking off 25 left.
Southern Cargo 2510 Heavy 124011 on up Docker, runway 25 at a Foxtrot, close to takeoff.
On up Docker, runway 2510 for takeoff, Southern Cargo 2510.
All right. China Southern Cargo, the 777 freighter up next. Two-5 right takeoff, China Southern Cargo, flight 2510 heading to Shanghai. It's a 777 freighter.
4091, vacate at Hotel 9. Hotel 9, we got 4091. Southern Cargo 2510, heavy contact with SoCal departure. Contact, SoCal departure, Southern Cargo 2510, heavy. That was 4091, going Lima,
the
cross
West Gates.
125 right, ground 75.
Qantas Dreamliners.
Hill 9, Lima, cross 25 right, ground 75, that was 4091.
All right, we do have UPS flight 903. We'll be heading back to Louisville, Kentucky. Should be south side at takeoff coming up. All right, we got those rush of the Asian flights coming in. Philippine flight 102 coming in from Manila, the 777-300ER, 3 minutes out just over downtown Los Angeles. Followed by China Southern flight 327 coming in from Guangzhou, also on the 777-300ER, just 5 minutes out, will be a north side arrival. Air China flight 983 coming in from Beijing, also on the 777-300ER, 9 minutes away. All three of those 777-300ERs heading to the north side. So if you remember, back in the day when I had to make the switch, I had to figure out when I was going to make the switch, and I have to do it in terms of we don't want to miss anything, but at the same time we can't let it get too dark out there because the camera will not work in the dark as much. So there comes the stress of making the switch. Whose idea was this to make the switch again? Well, that's right, it was me. Take you back to the north side. Nothing too exciting, but Delta Airlines flight 1539 coming up from SFO. It's a 737-900ER. Beautiful evening for plane spotting. Not too cold, not warm at all, certainly. Looking at the Asiana cargo hold there in the back of the plane as they finish taking off the cargo. Of course, this flight won't be leaving, heading back to Seoul until later this evening.
UPS 903, happy to, are you ready to go?
You'll be ready to UPS 903.
All right, UPS going to be taking off here.
Good right down to the end, just going about a 10-mile final try to get you up before that.
Okay, we'll be UPS 903.
All right, UPS, next takeoff here on the south side. There should be a 25 at left takeoff. Philippine, the 777-300ER number 2 for arrival there on the north side.
Are you ready to go?
Frank Lundquist with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Greg. Says, beautiful location is what we geo-guessers say to South Korea. So I guess we can make beautiful plane a thing when we see Korean Air. Yes, indeed. Well, the Korean Air flight will be heading back to Seoul. It's currently over there at the remote gates. The Queen. We'll see her being brought back to the gates a little bit later. Thank you, Greg. We got that UPS 767 going to be taken off here on the south side. It's Frontier Flight heading to Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. Steve the Eagle livery, flight 2564. That's a play on words, isn't it, Joni? Steve the Eagle, as in the Eagles. Take it easy. Steve, take it easy. We got Philippine up next for arrival there on the north side. It's flight 102 coming in from Manila, this 13-year-old 777 at 300 ER.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Talking about the Eagles. Take it easy. I've been up to Winslow, Arizona on that corner. Such a fun place to be. That's a very fun town, Winslow, Arizona. I've also been to the official, and I've talked about this many times, the official Hotel California. Remember that song, Hotel California? It is not the Hotel California that everyone thinks it is over there in Santa Monica. No, that is not. The Hotel California actually was not a hotel itself. It was a house outside of Santa Barbara, and half the house, actually I think the whole house, was burned down in a wildfire back in 2015, 2016, and I was up there covering it, and we just driving down the road, and these people are like, this is the Hotel California. It went up in flames.
UPS 903 heavy, wind 24011, runway 25 left, time for takeoff.
Takeoff 25 left, UPS 903 heavy.
Headed 8100 tower, runway 25
So we have the UPS 767 lined up, 25 left. You also have. All right, we'll see you Sunday. I'll try not to forget. Allison needs to remind me.
76 shots, runway 25 at Juliet and ground point 75.
British Airways. Well, I don't think we decided on when we were gonna. Let me take it to the north side. All right, well, I'll figure out something. All right. I'm going to pull out of this one as we do have the UPS 767 taking off here on the south.
UPS 903, thank you, contact departure. UPS 903, welcome, thank you.
Now we got Swiss now pushing back, flight 41 heading back to Zurich. Tail to the north will signal a south side at takeoff. Victoria Flyer with the super chat. Victoria says, "Hey Kevin, it was Allison's idea to have the audio loud on the 24/7 cameras. Actually, no, it's the feed. The feed itself that you guys get on the 24-hour feed, it's a totally different audio feed than I'm getting. We keep it loud there on the 24-hour cameras because, well, that's all there is. We got the audio and the ATC. The feeds that I get run through a whole different system. So it's sometimes I change it and then it gets louder and then it gets anyway. It's a story. Closer to Nighthawk territory. We do have Air China, the 777-300ER coming up from Beijing. Flight 983, number 2 for arrival on the north side. Swiss. Looking like it's going to stay here on the south side. We also have Green Air Cargo. Flight 8204 heading back to Seoul, and the 777 freighter lighting up. We'll be pushing back onto taxiway Alpha.
They are going to wait for you. So turn right here at Lima. And then cross runway 25 right, contact ground 0.75 to cross.
Delta 318 cross 25 right of Lima, and then open ground 0.75.
United 8100, contact departure.
That's 8100, thanks, good day.
Also just had a Delta 757-200 touching down here on the south side. This flight coming up from Boston, flight 318 on this old TWA 757-200, 27 years of age. We'll head up there to the north side.
Vector 2785 LA Tower at Foxtrot, runway 25 right, line of wind. 25 right, Foxtrot, line of wind, American 2785. 2785, wind 230 at 10, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. RNAV Docker, 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff, 2785. Wind shear flight 2564 LA Tower, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait. 25 right, Foxtrot, line up and wait, wind shear 2564. Air Canada 777, hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet, Air Canada 777.
All right. Well, it's definitely cooling off. It's been a beautiful day for planes spotting. Let's check in once again with our exclusive Airline Videos Live weather update for the 7 o'clock hour. Currently here at El Segundo, Clutters Park, 63 degrees Fahrenheit, partly cloudy. Clear conditions expected around 8 p.m. Wind gusts up to 10 miles per hour, 17 degrees Celsius. That is your official Airline Videos Live weather updates. I'm your chief meteorologist, Plane Jockey Kevin. Back to you, Bob.
Goes 46, right 9790 LHA, taxi up2 and hold short, runway 25 right.
All right. I know, it's getting cold. All right, we'll see you Sunday. Sounds good.
Station X-ray, current Central altimeter 299 or 3.
I'm good. We're good. All right, thank you. See you, Kevin. All right, Philippine making that left-hand turn onto Lima. Swiss heading for a south side at takeoff.
Roger, flight 2564, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. RNAV Docker, 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff, runway 25. Goes 9790 LA Tower, Foxtrot, runway 25 right, line of wind. 25 right, Foxtrot, line of wind, 9790.
Next takeoff here on the south side, Frontier Steve, the Eagle livery. Flight 2564 heading to Dallas Fort Worth, Texas. It's an A321. We got that Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter heading down for a south side at takeoff. Swiss continuing down at Kilo. We'll make that left-hand turn onto Bravo. Air China Flight 983 coming up from Beijing, 777-300ER, just 2 minutes out. Actually, it looks like it did a turn. Interesting turn and back around over downtown.
1399, you can pull up behind Air Canada there, hold short, runway 25 right.
Canada 777, cross runway 25 right, contact ground point
Alright, that
75.
China Southern passenger 777 at 300 the flight coming in from Guangzhou, now officially here on the south side.
Frontier 2564, contact departure.
Departure, Frontier Flight 2564, Alien 1.
The American 1599, cross runway 25 right, contact ground point 75. 25 right, contact ground point 75, Airway 9790, contact departure.
Yeah, got 379. Tower 5003,
There's 5003 LA Tower, wind 240,
Alright,
10,
Swiss now
runway
making that
25
turn
left,
on
clear
to
to land.
Bravo.
25 left, clear.
China Southern now makes that turn on the disco lane. Taxiway Lima. Turkish lighting up, flight 10 heading back to Istanbul. Is it time for Nighthawk? Probably after Swiss takes off, and then we'll see. It's called the blue hour right now. It's kind of like in between the daytime and nighttime. Call it the blue hour.
Delta 462 exit.
Kind of like
Hotel
in
9,
between.
Hotel 9, Delta 462.
Korean A204 Heavy, 2 arrivals, then we'll get you going.
Delta A204.
Delta 462, cross runway 25 right at Lima, and then contact
It's my
ground
least
point
favorite
75.
time of the day, blue hour. Just makes everything kind of just washed out, kind of a blue tint. It's a very yucky time to shoot video in. Back to the China Southern 777, now making the final turn, heading into the gates of Tom Bradley, Air China, flight 983, followed right now by 548 people on Flight Radar 24, the number 3 worldwide track plane because of the turn around and downtown. I'll take you to the north side cameras here shortly. Also have American Airlines flight 137. Hey guys, how's it going? Good to see you.
Alaska 333,
Alright,
hold
have a good
short of
day.
Hotel 5. The
Thanks,
gate
you
is
too.
occupied.
Bye. What's that?
Hold short of Hotel 5,
It has been. It's getting chilly though. All right. See you guys. Lyric the Game Boy and his mom leaving. Everyone's leaving. Everyone thinks it's too cold. It is officially 7:47 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? $2,000 of you guys watching all around the world. Thanks for tuning in. I'm your plane jockey, Kevin, as we get closer, inch closer to Nighthawk territory. We got that 777 at 300ER coming up from Beijing up next on the north side. Flight 983, 14-year-old 777 at 300ER, next arrival at 24 right.
Alaska 360, looks like they're getting close. I'll move you as soon as I see it push back.
Okay, copy that.
Korean A204 Heavy, traffic 15 mile final, runway 25 left, line up and wait.
Runway 25 left, line up and wait. Korean A204. Right, 2432, I was.
That's 5
2432 LA Tower Heavy Boeing 777 in position.
All right, Swiss continuing its taxi down to 25 at right here on the south side. We got that Korean Air Cargo 777 freighter going to be lining up here shortly for south side at takeoff as well. Well, you know, Joni, as we get deeper into summertime, it's not even officially summertime. You know, the sun will be setting later. So we'll probably be seeing less Nighthawk during these Nighthawk streams until we get into late summer into, well, you know it's going to be Halloween before you know it. Chris MZNC, the super chat. Good to see you, Chris. Is the only way to begin the weekend or end of a week. A Nighthawk stream for the Switch. I just want to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you. Well, thank you, Chris. I need the luck. It's all about getting it done within that minute 30 time frame. I know it seems like a minute 30 is a long time, but when you're switching out two cameras and cables, I can do it. I'm an old pro. All right, Air China Cargo. I'm sorry, Air China Cargo. Korean Air Cargo. 777 freighter rolling down to 25 left.
LA Tower, Iconic 500 with you on the ILS 25. 2500 LA Tower, runway 25 left, clear to land, with 24011. 25 left, clear to land, Iconic 500. Korean A204 Heavy, contact departure. A204 base.
There we got Swiss, and then I think we'll get closer to making the switch. Before Swiss, we do have Alaska, Flight 1316 heading to Santa Rosa.
Alaska 1316, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
737-800.
Takeoff on that Docker, Alaska 1316.
You're looking at the Delta A350. That flight came in from Paris. Will be towed over to Terminal 3 or out towards the hangar. Ellen Espinosa back with the $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Alice. Is love for your Nighthawk. Thank you, Kevin. Well, we haven't gotten the Nighthawk yet. This is actually the daytime camera we're still on, but thank you, Alan. Nighthawk just around the corner as we approach the 8 p.m. hour. Swiss number 2 for takeoff.
Swiss 401 Golf Heavy, RNAV Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. RNAV Docker, runway 255 at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. 411. 424 LA Tower, good evening, Constellation turbulence, traffic will cross, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, 9 at the 1. 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wind down 4. Alaska 1316, contact departure. 1316, making a switch, we'll see you.
Alright, Swiss up next. Brandon becoming a gold member once again. Thank you, Brandon. All right, Turkish up on the radar. Should be pushing back here shortly. I do have that American Flight 137 coming in from London Heathrow, 777 to 300. We are 5 minutes out. We'll be arriving on the north side.
25 left to the land, Delta 500. United 2432, hold short runway 25 right at Juliet. Hold short 25 right at Juliet, United 2432.
confirm my coming 500, clear to land 25 left.
Take 500 confirmed, runway 25 left, clear to land. Caution, wake turbulence, heavy Boeing 777, departing the parallel.
My coming 500, clear to land 25 left.
Alaska 323, Hotel 5, cross runway 25 right, then contact ground, 0.75.
Hotel 5, contact right,
Flight 4432 and Juliet, cross runway 25 right, contact ground, 0.75.
Cross 25 right, Juliet, 0.75, 4432.
Swiss 41 Golf Heavy, contact departure.
Departure 34 Golf Heavy.
Beautiful takeoff for Swiss, heading back to Zurich, flight 41. Hi. Good, how are you? Oh, excellent. Well, did I meet you before? That's what I was going to say. 3 packs, wow, alrighty then. Oh, which flight? No. Oh yeah, that's coming to the north side. North side.
Contact ground, 0.75.
Yeah, it's, I think, the number 2. It's way out there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, you never know, right? He'll taxi over here. He'll go to, well, yeah, probably Tom Bradley. It looks like, well, it could be Terminal 4 too. Looks like there's a gate open over there.
6424 on nav Docker, runway 25 right, at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
All right, Air China heading over there to the southeast corner of Tom Bradley International.
Foxtrot, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
All right. It's that darn blue hour right now.
Delta 2096, ILS 25 left.
Delta 2096,
All right, Jim the old dude says Nighthawk time, Nighthawk time, Nighthawk time. All right, I'm just delaying because I'm nervous. What do I got to be nervous about? If it goes, if it crashes, it crashes, right? What are you going to do about it? I mean, what are you going to do? We'll get it on the air. All right.
Yeah, 1458 on that Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, for takeoff.
Let's give it one more second. We got that 777 then landing on the north side, and then we'll make the switch.
United 639, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up and wait.
That would be the American at 777 at 300 yard, coming up from London Heathrow, flight 137. Next heavy arrival on 24 right.
7 LHR, crossway turbulence here by Boeing 737, 3 mile final, 125011, runway 25 left for the land. Delta 500, join Hotel to Lima and hold short runway 25 right.
Hotel to Lima, hold short 25 right, Delta 500.
That Delta is 757. Remember, this is the flight to come in from Mexico. They are now pushing that out of the west gates real quick. Probably relocate her back to Terminal 2 or 3.
Yeah, the 679 with 679 clear for takeoff on that Docker. Let me intro something. Can you increase your speed?
Yeah, we'll go that for you.
Thank you.
Alan back with a $2 super chat asking, what do you think of the Boeing 777X, Kevin?
1458.
I say it looks great. Let's get her in the air. Let's get her moving. Let's get her going. We're going to see plenty of those here at LAX. You know, the first day that we see that 777X here at LAX, there's going to be a lot of people here. Might be a day for the H Hotel.
500 via Lima, cross runway 25 right, and then contact ground 0.75.
Cross 25 right via Lima, over to ground, Delta 500.
Delta 2096, keep your speed up via Juliet, cross runway 25 right, then contact ground 0.75.
Speed up via Juliet, 25 right, open down Delta 26.
All right, let's go to the north side.
Contact departure.
And then we'll make the switch.
679, contact departure.
meeting LA Tower, down to 2658 with you for 25 left.
That's 2658 LA Tower, proceed by Cessna, 3.5 miles ahead. There's some match speed for 24010 with 25 left, go to land.
Okay, go to land, 25 left, down to 2658. Take in that traffic.
That's the Caravan, 3.5 miles ahead. There's same speed as you.
All right, American, flight 137, it's a 777-300 ER, next heavy arrival there on the north side.
Hey, Terry, just press jet 628, just long as close back to or just outside of Kobe 5.
628, you need to start 339, 133.9. On one.
Switch to Nighthawk territory here. I'm your plane jockey, Kevin. It is officially 8 p.m. top of the hour time. It's a great time to make sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't yet. Share the stream with your friends, your family, those that are actually awake at this point. That would probably be a good thing to think about before you do that. And subscribe if you're new to the channel. All right, we're heading into some nighttime plane spotting action. I got to switch out the 2 cameras here and a bunch of cables and all that jazz. We're going to play the Please Stand By music. If it runs twice, well, you know, I'll come back. I will come back. Don't worry. I will come back. All right. Let me cue up the Please Stand By music here.
807, do you have golf? 807, Germanic golf, cross from the Q5 right. There'll be traffic in position.
Right.
Keep your speed up, please.
Please stand by as Kevin makes the switch.
Friendly 807, contact ground point 75 as you cross. Good day, thank you.
Ground above, video.
Flight 1717 with 240 at 11 on out to Docker, 125 right at Foxtrot, good for takeoff.
I got some Docker, we'll be 25 right at Foxtrot. Take a 117.
Take 1451 LA Tower to winds 240 at 11 and 125 left, go to land. United 2658 at Juliet, hold short above my Q5 right.
Hold short at 25 right at Juliet.
Go 3015 on that Docker, 125 right at Foxtrot, good for takeoff.
25 right at Foxtrot, good for takeoff. And then Docker's California.
Continue westbound on hotel, hold short of Quebec, gauge is occupied.
Westbound, hotel, short Quebec,
American 1994 LA Tower number 3, runway 25 left for the land. Coast 4775, tropical cross.
Finally, we made it into Nighthawk territory. Well, that did not go very well. That was about as bad as it possibly could go. Well, we made it to the other side here on Friday, May 15th, 2026. I sat here earlier and I connected all the cables to make sure that once I made the switch, that Nighthawk would just pop up once the cable was put in. And then I get on top of that, I get a text from Allison that says, by the way, the stream is frozen as well. So all just went to phooey, but we made it. Thanks, you guys. That is level, flight 624. Heading back to Barcelona, A330-200. With its down pointing to the north, we'll signal a south side takeoff coming up.
Traffic in position, cross runway 25 right and full short runway 25 left.
Yeah, good old Murphy's Law, right?
Exit 1541, hold short runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short at 25 right, Juliet.
Oh, we didn't miss anything. That's always a good thing. We didn't miss anything.
Runways and then taxi straight into the signature ramp.
So that's always good.
Queue traffic on a 3 mile final.
And ground, tower, you have 2282. It looks like we got 72 Bravo list. I believe they said they were pulling it out.
Thanks, stand by. Go with 4775, RNAV Doctor, and 125 right at Foxtrot for takeoff. Provide Foxtrot for the takeoff, 4725. Go for 55 tower, and 125
All right, level. Now heading down at taxiway Kilo, we'll head into 25 right for a south side at takeoff.
For 125 right.
Back short of 25 right, 9.30.
Runway 302 LA Tower, wind 2509er, runway 25 left, middle line.
We're actually doing pretty good for south side at takeoffs here tonight.
Go with 4955, RNAV Doctor, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Making that turn on to taxiway Bravo. Now we'll head down to 25 right.
Circuit 1451, cross runway 25 right, contact ground, 0.75.
Cross 25 right, and over to ground, 0.75, American 1451.
United 2282, cross runway 25 right, contact ground, 0.75.
25 right, 175 over the side.
United 12, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, and then contact ground, 0.75.
Cross runway 25 right at Juliet.
Go 4955, contact departure.
Departure,
Circuit 2312, LA Tower, Foxtrot, runway 25 right, line up away, travel cross.
Runway 25 right at Foxtrot, line up away to American 2312.
Mark, I don't know. Well, we used to. This is a good nighttime camera. I like our Panasonic better for daytime.
Step 1 heavy LA Tower, wind 250 at 11, runway 25 left, middle line.
5 left, middle land,
All right, level, stopping there under Bravo as it continues down to 25 at right.
60 seconds for American 2312. Hold short, runway 25 right at Juliet.
Hold short, 25 right at Juliet, American.
One check. Wind 250 at 11. Rex 2312, RNAV 2 Docker, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Runway Right there, 2162 LA Tower at Foxtrot, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
All right, waiting for our next takeoff is American Airlines Flight 2312 heading to Phoenix, Arizona, 737-800. We do have a DHL ABX Air Flight 403 heading to Cincinnati, converted 767 to 300ER. We'll be heading over to the 25s. Should be seeing Turkish. It's up there on the north side next to Singapore. It's up on the radar. Should be heading back to Istanbul, flight 10.
Wind 250 at 11, and wind 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. 25 right at Foxtrot, North Docker, clear for takeoff, red 21. American 302, pull up behind company at Juliet, on shore of runway 25 right. Runway 25 right, thank you. Tower, definitely 101. 101 LA Tower, heavy airbus, short final, caution, wait turbos, runway 25 left, clear to land. Between 312, direct departure.
Spencer with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Spencer. Says, hi, Kevin, and everyone from LAX, Station 51, which is SFO, can get some Plane Spotter's Paradise soon, Kevin. When is SFO? And can we get some Plane Spotter Paradise? See y'all on Sunday AM going to the beach on Sunday. You're the second one asking about Plane Spotter Paradise. I don't know. We've got next week we're at SFO. That's next week. We'll play by ear. I can't give you a real date on Plane Spotter Paradise. It just kind of happens.
Delhi 247 Mike Heavy, LA Tower at Foxtrot, runway 25 right, line up and wait.
Alright, we do have level flights. 2624 heading to Barcelona, A330-200. You're going to be taking off here shortly.
Delta 771 Heavy, exit the runway, drone hotel westbound, and at Quebec, hold short of runway 25 right. Exit hotel, hold short 25 right way. At Quebec, please. Back to back, hold short 25 right, Delta 771.
Just at a Delta A330 touching down here from JFK flight 771.
Careful takeoff, runway to right at 275, 247 Michael. Blue 101 Heavy, departure parallel, caution, wait your turn. I just want to confirm we're clear to land, 25 left, triple. Jet 101 affirmative, runway 25 left, clear to land. 25 left, clear to land. Tower, jump 55, 58 LA Tower, wind 250 at 11, number 2, runway 25 left, clear to land. Number 2, 25 left, clear to land, 75. If you got the DA traffic, hold a position, heavy Boeing 767, caution, wait turbos.
All right, got level, now rolling down, 25 right.
Ibex 403 Heavy, LA Tower, make the right turn, hold short, runway 25 left. Make the right turn, hold short, 25 left, 403 Heavy. This is Delta 771 Heavy, runway 25 ready, come back, and then contact now, point up today. Let's get on right, come back, over down today, LA 247 Mike Heavy, contact the point. So, 24, 76, bye.
Do have the Sichuan Airlines, the Panda Route livery, flight 3837, coming up from Chengdu, the A350-900, and now just 6 minutes out would be a north side arrival, followed by Delta flight 427, coming up from Honolulu on a 767 at 300ER. Eva Flight 16, the 777-300ER, coming up from Taipei, 17 minutes out. China Airlines, Flight 8, coming up from Taipei as well, 777-300ER, 23 minutes away. Those are all north side arrivals. Do you have a Cargo Lux Queen, Flight 9, coming up from Luxembourg, a 747-400 freighter, 15 minutes away.
Number 101, exit to the right, join hotels westbound.
Take a look at all the planes on their way in here to LAX.
Just one on use Hotel Niner, that's the high speed Hotel Niner and Hotel. Hotel Niner, Hotel, number 101. Number 101, actually cross from my 25 right at Lima, keep your speed up and ground point 75, see ya.
25 right at Lima, we'll keep our speed up, hold it down, have a good one, Dublin 101.
Next 403 heavy, are now Piper, on my 25 left, clear for takeoff. 25 left, clear for takeoff, at next 403 heavy, are now Piper.
We're doing that DHL ABX Air Flight 403 heading to Cincinnati, converted 767 to 300ER. Lined up 25 left. That is the closest runway to our camera here. Yes, it did.
Go 2960 Yankee, RNAV Docker, 125 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Turkish finally pushing back, Flight 10 with the 777-300ER heading back to Istanbul with its tail pointing to the north. Another good sign for a south side takeoff. Aer Lingus, the one that came in from Dublin, you see it being towed out to the remote gates. So I guess they'll utilize that one that was sitting here for the flight back to Dublin. Friend there in Chicago, Linda Kavinsky, gifting 20 Airline Videos Live memberships. Thank you so much, Linda. Whitney Lindy with the 20 gifted memberships there in Chicago.
6037, LA Tower, Foxtrot, runway 25 right, line of wait.
Thank you, Linda.
United 2641, LA Tower, runway 25 left, clear line.
Next takeoff here on the south side, Alaska Airlines Flight 321, heading to Anchorage, Alaska, 737-900ER. Ooh, it's getting chilly out here.
United 2641, LA Tower, runway 25 left, clear line. 25 left, clear line, 2641. Or now Docker, only 25 right at Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Directed 3273, hold short, only 25 right at Juliet, be number 2 there. Vodka 321, contact departure, good night. 321, door departure, good night.
Oh, all right. We'll see you around. Oh, very nice. Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. All right, we'll see you around.
Go 5558, cross runway 25 right, 90 ground, point 75. Cross 75 right over the bound. Cross 75. Got that, American 3273, nothing. Yeah. Cross 25 right, 90 ground, point 75, until they breach. 2654 LA Tower with 25010, runway 25 left, go to land, number 3.
It's the Air New Zealand 777 behind the Turkish. Being brought into the gates of Tom Bradley. It looks like it will be up there on the north side. Audio mixer Mike with the $10 super check at Sea Mike says, after a long day at LMAD, I'm enjoying some Nighthawk. We all liked your Tuesday show from San Diego. Great show as always. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, we always have a great time there in San Diego. Thank you, Mike. Relax. Sure, it's been a long week. There at Deal or No Deal. Oh, that's not your show. Let's make a deal. Why do I always do that, Mike? It's spelled right there, Kevin. LMAD. Let's make a deal. Not deal or no deal. Sorry, Mike.
223, join the hotel to Juliet, cross runway 25 right, and then contact ground point 75. Hotel, we'll join hotel to Juliet, then cross 25
right, Turkish
right,
with its taxi light on. It should be heading here for south side at takeoff. Doing the Sichuan and the Panorama livery, flight 3837 coming up from Chengdu, the A350. Next arrival on the north side.
52 LA Tower, Williams 250 at Niner, runway 25 left, clear to land. Clear to land, 25 left, up 862.
How are we doing on the LAX department? I also have a Delta Heavy coming up from Honolulu, flight 427 at 767 at 300 yard, following the flight coming up from Chengdu. The Carbolux Queen coming up from Luxembourg, 747-400 freighter 5 minutes out, will be a south side arrival. I guess that's the thing. You guys always ask me about Plane Spotter Paradise, but that following week after San Francisco next week, I would assume you want me to go back down to San Diego on Tuesday. And Tuesday is usually the day that we'd go to Plane Spotter Paradise, so we got to figure out what we want.
Go 6345, wind 250 at Niner, runway 25 right at Foxtrot, takeoff.
Right, we're going to take you to the north side.
United 2641
The A350 coming up from Chengdu, Panda Route livery, Sichuan Airlines. Turkish continuing its taxi down Kilo.
41, cross from my 25 right at Juliet and contact ground on point 75. 25 right at Juliet, ground point 75 today, 2641.
Next takeoff here on the south side is a Southern Airways Express flight 808 heading to Imperial.
654, hold short
25 right, Juliet, American 2650.
Spencer, you just won a plane spotter paradise.
Oh, sure, 25 right.
I can see right through your comment there, Spencer.
LA, enemy code 74, please stop with 5 left. When you go 74, LA Tower, runway 25 left, middle lane. This time, runway 25 left, enemy code 74. On the 808, runway 25 left, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Heavy or take a side in 5 Local LAX Banner Heavy, LA Tower, runway 25 left, middle lane. Say that I'm 25 left, Heavy.
All right, we'll take it back to the north side. Delta coming in from Honolulu, the 767 at 300 yard, next arrival. Caravan, take it off.
American 2654 flat, runway 25 right at Lima, and then contact ground point 75. About 25 right at Lima, and ground point 75. It's Jude, cross runway 25 right at Juliet, and then contact ground point 75. Juliet, cross 25 right, ground point 75, Delta 852.
Flight heading to Imperial, second one we've seen here today. Turkish continuing his taxi down Bravo to 25 right.
For the 808, turn left heading 200, 200 passenger. For the 808, contact departure. Over departure, right away.
Got that Cargolux Queen next up for arrival here on the south side. Our friend Sue with the $2 super chat. Thanks so much, Sue. Says happy weekend to all on AVL Live. Happy weekend there, Sue. Hope you're having a great week. Chris MCNC back with the super chats. The San Diego shows are amazing and no snakes. Yes, and you know what? I almost think that the drive down to San Diego is much easier than lugging out all the equipment to Plane Spotter Paradise.
Airmaker 784, George Hotel westbound, stay gate number. Go westbound and Takeoff, 784 at Lima, cross runway 25 right, and then contact ground point 75. Lima will press 25 right and take ground point 75, but it was close to.
We got that Queen heading here for Southside. Arrival, this American Airlines 777 at 300 ER pushing back with the flight heading to London Heathrow. Flight 134.
Wind 24010, runway 25 left, middle left. 25 left, middle left, correct, one official approach. Okay. So, 154, Tango Sierra, 25 left. November 154 Tango Sierra, LA Tower, stated by heading Boeing 747, short final, cross runway turbulence, wind 240 at 10, runway 25 left, third left. 25 left, clear for at 4 Tango Sierra.
Looks like we're having some issues with our 24-hour cams. Let's see if this will take or not. For whatever reason, it's falling apart. All right. Not quite sure what's all of a sudden going on with our 24-hour cams. I'll get this, do it old school here. cargo. Lux never goes long for us. Alpha 8, turn off.
Alpha 8, that's an Alpha Mach 175, cargo minus.
Delta 28 Kilo, got 4.4 trouble Boeing 737, wind 240 at 10, 125, left clear line.
Next takeoff is Turkish Flight 10 at the 777-300ER heading to Istanbul.
Flight 250, full maintain at 3,000,
Budget 44, wind 250 at 10, runway 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
right at Foxtrot, heading for takeoff, flight 484.
Continue to push back that 777. The flight will be heading to London Heathrow. The Sichuan, they're on Kilo. You can barely see that with your own eyes. Looks like it's actually going to park on the very south part of the terminal. So we can look at pandas for the next hour.
Heavy RNAV Docker, wind 250 at 9, running 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Well, Docker, clear for takeoff, running 25 right,
All right, Turkish up next for takeoff as Sichuan makes that slow turn heading into the southwest corner of Tom Bradley International. I think I can.
Boeing 14, this here, turn left here, turn left on outward ground, 0.75.
All right, you can make that turn. Come on.
Good night, 1087, Fox 1 turbulence, departing heavy Boeing 777.
All right, Turkish not planned for takeoff. Will be rolling down at 25 at right.
2.9 miles in travel, Boeing 737, wind 250 at 9, running 25 left, clear left.
All right, so she is pulling into the gate, very south side, so we can be looking at the pandas for the next hour there. All right, Turkish. Do we have a heavy on the north side? That would be Eva. Flight 16 coming in from Taipei, the 777-300ER. Touching down there on the north side, 24 right. Hold on 1 second.
LA Tower, United 353 heavy, 5 302 7.7.
There's a QR code on the back. That'll take you straight to the YouTube channel.
25 left, clear left, United 2082 at Lima,
Alright, we got that American at 777 at 300ER. The flight heading to London Heathrow will be making a U-turn from Charlie to Bravo. Also have Aer Lingus now pushing back. Aer Lingus looking like it's going to be heading to the north side. Got a United Dreamliner coming from Newark, flight 353, 787-10 Dreamliner. 3 minutes out will be a south side arrival. That's that 777 that makes that U-turn from Charlie to Bravo. We also have China Airlines to 777 at 300ER coming from Taipei, flight 8, number 3 for arrival on the north. This is 777 now makes the UE, heads down to 25 at right.
Gulf Stream 4, Papa Delta, turn left to Alpha 7, turn left on Alpha, contact ground 0.75.
I thought for sure we were going to dis Aer Lingus as a south side at takeoff. Justin Shaw with the super chat. Thanks so much, Justin. Says thanks for the great Friday night stream. Well, my pleasure there, Justin. Thanks for your awesome support there. What are we, like 40 minutes into Nighthawk? Less than that. Tactically, we only have like what? About an hour left of it, so not much actual nighttime plane spotting, even though we started at 3 o'clock here today. 5.5 hours into today's live stream, and only about 38 minutes of that has been nighttime. So Aer Lingus A330-300 will be heading back to Dublin. It's looking like it's going to be a north side at takeoff unless it does a U-turn. Eva up there at the 777-300ER, heading to the north side gates of Tom Bradley.
Tower Delta 15.
American 777 is still continuing down for a south side at takeoff.
Short final, wind 240 at 7, running 25 left, third lane. Third line, 54.
Karina with the $10 super chat. Thanks so much, Karina. This is hanging out, watching Nighthawk AVL on my birthday. Well, happy birthday. Our show started today at Hilo. I think that's Hilo, right? H-I-O. So I've been hearing loud engines from both my TV and over my house. And you're not complaining, I'm sure, right? Karina, thank you so much. Happy birthday. United Dreamliner just touching down here on the south side. The flight coming in from Newark.
Yeah, 353 heavy, gate back to back, taxi via hotel, hold short of Quebec. Alright, hotel, hold short of Quebec.
Checking in Delta Airlines in 100 years livery. Flight 763, the A350-900, coming from Atlanta, number 2 for arrival here on the south side. 100-year livery in the A350. How's everyone doing tonight? Are we all relaxing? you light your night cast candles? On the north side, China Airlines Flight 8's next arrival. Flight coming in from Taipei, and this 11-year-old 777 at 300ER, the 100-year livery, number 2 for arrival here on the south side. Looks like this Dreamliner just arrived from Newark, going to be heading into the beach.
134 heavy, LA
No gates.
Docker, wind 240 at 8, running 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Docker, clear for takeoff, 5 right, Foxtrot, right 134, like 15, 0, Prepare the approved. LA Tower, Mercury Flight 2133, visual 25, left, ready.
Alright, got that A350 number 2 for arrival here on the south side. Number 1 for arrival, Delta Airlines 100-year livery, flight 763, A350 900.
Delta 763, contact turbo, starting heading Boeing 777. Delta 1584, taxi at
Also have a Delta flight 463 coming in from Kahului, 767 to 300ER, 3 minutes out, north side arrival. Followed by the second Singapore flight of the day, flight 38, actually the third flight of the day. Flight 38 coming up from Singapore, A350-900, 7 minutes out, north side arrival.
Correction, hold short, running 25 right at Juliet. Hold short, 25 right at Juliet, Delta 58.
Also United Airlines flight 1157 coming up from Honolulu, 777 at 200, 9 minutes out, also a north side arrival. Got that American 777 going to be taking off here on the south side as that Delta A350 are next to arrive. With a 100-year livery. That's the American at 777 flight heading to London Heathrow.
Delta 763 heavy at Lima, cross running 25 right, contact ground.
Okay,
Yeah, I think the audio is much better. Thank you, Allison.
Ground, Delta 763 heavy. And 1967, 315 left.
At 1967, now Tower 5.6, control that Airbus 320, wind 250 at 9, running 25 left, clear land.
Left, left. Just to verify one more time, 763 heavy cleared across at Lima, correct?
Still 763 heavy, affirmative.
Love that tail at 9. head up there to Terminal 2 or 3 on the north side. Again, this flight coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. Little disco lane. So she will make that right-hand turn and taxiway November, head up there to the north side. Back to the north side at Delta 767 at 300 yard, coming up from Kahului, up next for arrival. Singapore still on its way to the north side, number 2 for arrival. Blue Sky Susan with the $2 super chat says, almost forgot to turn off my living room lights. Yes, turn off the living room lights. Light the nightcast candles. See, that's going to confuse everyone. Now everyone's going to think this is called nightcast. It's not. No, we're not going to come out with a Nighthawk candle, just a nightcast candle. Because I think the thought process was, turn off your lights. It's going to be a moody broadcast, a very, dark broadcast in a good way. And that you would have to light the candle as your only form of lights as you watch the nightcast. And I guess the same could be said for the Nighthawk. But there'll only be one candle, and that will be for nightcast. Maybe we'll come out with a special Halloween candle, who knows? Halloween right around the corner. You're going to start thinking about it, right? Yeah? A flight coming in from Phoenix, Honey the Badger livery. Flight 2133 over there on Disco Lane is the 100-year livery. Continues taxi up there on the north side. This A321 Neo will be heading in to the West Gates. About those candles earlier. I got mine yesterday and I lit it, and like I said, I don't know if it was just in my head, but I kind of felt like it kind of smelled like Jet A. And I'm not just saying that. It is not Jet A. It is not labeled as Jet A. That is not the smell of the candle. It is not labeled as Jet A. I'm just saying it reminded me of an airport smell. But it's good. It's a very relaxing smell. All right, Speedbird A380 Super heading back to London Heathrow, flight 268, now pushing back for the gates of Tom Bradley. Of course, that will head up there for north side at takeoff. Oh, Linda's got her candle. That's right. It is lavender, isn't it, Ducky? Bam. She says lavender kind of has a diesel-y smell to it. Maybe that's what I'm thinking it is. I just didn't know if it. I just put that out there in my head, and my head was like, yes, this is Jet A.
Without on call for United 353. United 1967. Yeah, you can hold right there. Keep an eye on your alleyway.
We're going to take it back to the north side, Singapore. Flight 3A, this is the third flight of the day. Second one coming in straight from Singapore. Get back to the north side here shortly as United Airlines flight 1157 coming from Honolulu on its way in. Also Starlux flight 2 coming in from Taipei, A350-900 running a few minutes early, 9 minutes out, north side arrival. Crane Air Cargo flight 213 coming in from Seoul to 747-8 freighter, 17 minutes out. That running about 18 minutes ahead of schedule. That usually goes long for us here on Lima. You know, here I will say this. I will say this in relation to the candle, and I have actually, I think someone got us a candle that supposedly was Jet A. And I gotta tell you, it didn't smell good. And you don't want your house smelling like that. It did not smell good. It was like a combination of something. Well, it didn't work very well. It's a novel thing, but here's my thinking on this. Wouldn't you rather have a candle that smells more like lavender? A real smell that kind of smells like Jet A, but is not as bad smelling as someone trying to put a Jet A candle together. So there's that. There's that. And I can honestly say we're the only aviation live stream in the universe that has a candle for sale on its website, right?
Turn up for 2994.
All right, the Singapore A350, the first flight back to Singapore, now pushing back. Arizona Rail says I'm not wrong there. Yeah, see? Singapore looks like it's still also heading to the south. Do have the French B that pushed back. I don't know if that's going to be a north or south side at takeoff. Let's take it back to the north side. United flight 1157 coming from Honolulu, 777-200 up next.
Good evening, Delta 689, visual approach 25.
So 689 now only charge 5.7, show there left 320, wind 240 at 9, 125 left clear left. 25 left clear left, Delta.
Our no movement on the A380 Super. Doing a little testing there. We'll start its taxi here shortly. Now have to actually make a maneuver and head over to Lima to head up there to the north side because of Singapore now in its way. All right, they're going to move over the Korean Air Queen back over to the gates here shortly. What's that?
We're at the top of the hour.
Almost. Just a few minutes. Can't miss that. Yes, yes. You want to use our light?
Hotel Juliet, cross 25 right, overcross 61.
All right. You want to use that light? All right. Perfect. All right, come here. All right, cool. What's that? Oh, you want to do the top of the hour? All right, give it to me. All right. I have to put the microphone in. Stand by. He's going to get stage fright, I know.
Yeah, 4.8 miles to Chevrolet, Boeing 737, wind 240 at 8, 125 left third land.
All right, hold that. All right, Speedbird heading up there to the north side. It is officially top of the hour time once again.
We're here at a dark Los Angeles International Airport at 9 o'clock. You're watching Airline Videos Live.
There you go. Here on Friday, May 15th, 2025. I have a little helper. Come over here. Tell everyone your name there on camera.
Hi, I'm Ori. I love watching the planes here. I'm always watching ABL at night.
And he came over and said he wanted to do the top of the hour. So there you go. There you go. All right. Good job. Good job. All right. There you go. Top of the hour. A lot of you guys were like, what? Huh? Wait, what? All right, Speedbird making that right-hand turn onto Echo there on the north side. No one's ever asked me to do the top of the hour before. All right, French B. I don't know if it's heading here to the south side or not, but it is over there on... It is actually heading here to the south side. French B heading back to Paris Orly. A350-900 currently on taxiway Papa heading to the south side. There we go. This Frontier, Monty the Margay Cat livery heading to Denver at A320 Neo. There on Lima. We'll also have a south side at takeoff. Also have United Airlines Flight 2397 heading to Newark, a 777-200ER heading for a south side at takeoff. Do that Korean Air Cargo heading over LAX. It's a little too dark, a little hazy up there, so we're not going to pan the camera up there. Do have Starlux number 2 for arrival on the north side. Let's head over to the French B, which is making its way over here to the south side.
Tell Juliet, cross 25 right over ground, Delta.
A350-900 heading back to Paris Orly. getting some heavy departures here on the south side.
Heavy Boeing 777, crossing to 13230 at 9, 125 left, third lane.
Left third line,
AVHRSS2 with the $10 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, hi Kevin, any chance you do a big Sunday show from San Diego? I'll be flying in there at 10:30 on July 12th. Meredith B. Probably not. And the reason why I say that is people like their big airplanes on Sundays. And not that we never take the show on the road on a Sunday. Here's the thing, the parking garage that we go live from in San Diego, it can become a very popular place. And in fact, every time I go in there on a Tuesday, it's like you're gambling to even find a parking space. So I can imagine on the weekends it's even worse. So I don't want to get down there, and I have to get down there really early to start at 8 a.m. in the morning. I just feel like I run the chance of not even getting a spot on a Sunday or on the weekend. Even going down there later in the week, I think you're risking it. That's why I like to go down there on a Tuesday. I have gone down there one time on a Wednesday. In the fall, I think it was okay, but as we approach the summertime, I think it's going to get more crowded. So that's my thinking of not taking the show down there for Sunday. I just don't think it's good. San Diego is awesome, but I don't know if it's a location for a big Sunday show. All right, we do have Starlux next heavy arrival on the north side.
Got 40 after 5, got a bunch of white service, run the 25 right box from last way. 25 right box, 5,
We'll take you to the north, Starlux, Flight 2, coming up from Taipei, the A350-900. Spitbird A380 Super, going to be lining up to 4 left, doing the United 777 here on the south side.
Left down, hold short of Bravo 17.
Approach Bravo 17.
Okay, 1517, gate occupied, Shakespeare Hotel, hold short of Quebec. Hotel, short of Quebec.
Honolulu in that 777. Alright, the French B continuing his taxi down to Bravo, heading to 25 at right. They are bringing the Queen back to the gates of Tom at Bradley.
737, wind 250 run 25 left for left. 25 left, quick later, Skyway 477.
So with the Asiana A380 Super being a later arrival time, they don't have to move that A380 Super out of the way. So the A380 Super is still sitting there at Tom at Bradley. They'll be moving over the Qantas A380 Super as well. In fact, they are bringing this back here a little bit early. This usually is not until about 9:40, 9:45. Disco Lane.
Escort M05, can I quick out departure?
And that updated, newer Crane Air livery looking sleek here tonight.
We have the Super Airbus off the north side. See about 5 minutes.
Our British Airways the A380 Super going to be taking off there on the north side.
Verify line points from the airport number. Not yet.
Got that Crane Air cargo, flight 213, the 747-8 freighter, just 2 minutes out, south side arrival, number 2 for arrival.
Right, 405 at Juliet, crossing 25 right, contact ground.
Right now, Juliet, ground, 1205.
Singapore number 2 for takeoff there on the north side. The flight heading back to Singapore.
Hello, good evening, 5376 Whiskey Heavy on the taxiway model.
Speed 76 Whiskey Heavy, LA Tower, copy.
The A380 Super now rolling down at 24 left.
1967 Golf, crossing 25 right, contact ground.
Crossing 25 right over Granny, 1967. Hello, good evening, Chris. 213, line 5 right.
Take you back to the north side for the departure, the A380 Super. Oh, it's out of focus. Alright, forget that. It happens.
Juliet, crossing 25 right, kind of ground.
Yeah, cross 25 right, we'll call ground.
We'll stay with the Queen and looking beautiful as she heads back into the gates of Tom Bradley. Being number 3 for takeoff here on the south side would be following Frontier at Monty the Margay Cat livery, heading to Denver in an A320 Neo.
Hold short, actually go down to Lima and hold short, running 25 right.
Crane Air cargo, flight 213, the 747-8 freighter up next for arrival here on the south side.
240 at 10, gust 21, running 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
Raina Taylor with the $5 Super Jet. Thanks so much, Raina. This is Howdy Kevin. Good to enjoy some Nighthawk while listening to some EDM music during a music festival going on currently in Las Vegas. Much love. I didn't know you were in the EDM there, Raina. You should talk to Armin V, one of our great mods. You know, he's the DJ with the EDM. I'm going to try to mix, actually, forget it. I was going to try to mix the shot of the Queen. We'll just use the H Hotel. That is the Queen now short final.
Battalion at 418 to the ILS 25.
Air 418 out there, 7 miles of trail, heavy Boeing 747, caution with turbo, landing 250 at 10, gust 21.
Take it high atop the H Hotel for that shot. She should go long, though I think last week she didn't. This flight coming in from Seoul, flight 213. It's a 14-year-old 747-8 freighter. She's going
to left on Alpha, contact ground point 75. Control the heavy Boeing Dreamliner on as Docker, lane 230 at 11, just 21, run 25 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff. Clear takeoff, Fred Foxtrot, on a Docker, clear for speed 76 Whiskey, heavy OSR, runway 25 right, Foxtrot, line up and wait.
125 right, Foxtrot, line up and wait.
All right, next takeoff 25 for right to French B.
LA Tower, hold short, running 25 left.
Flight 731 heading back to Paris early in the 11-year-old A350-900. Now bringing back the Qantas A380 Super back to the gates. Friendly reminder, if you guys haven't yet, make sure to hit that like button if you are liking today's stream. Subscribe if you're new to the channel. I will be back here in Imperial Hill starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. Just a few days away for the Sunday show.
Now United 2376. Sure. Yeah, on 87 Bravo, just cold.
November 0 Foxtrot, Julie, punctuate service to be in position for a couple minutes, running 25 right, Foxtrot, line up and wait.
25 right, Foxtrot, line up, wait, that was 2120 on final 25 left.
2120 out there, 3.7, showing Airbus 320, weighing 240 at 8721, running 25 left, clear land.
Clear land 25 left, Southwest 2120.
Alright, let's go to the Qantas A380 Super being brought back over to the gates. Always a cool looking shot.
1605 Hotel, wing full one off the north side traffic will cross from 25 right, Foxtrot, line up and wait.
From 25 right, bottom away, 205.
Yeah, 2672, they can't push yet. There's two in the alley waiting to pull on. It should be about another 5 minutes before they can push.
Right.
We're making that turn on to Lima Disco Lane.
Trail Company, wind 240 at 7, just 2 line, 125 left, third lane. Third lane, 2290, turn right here, taxi Hotel to Juliet, hold short 125 right.
Hotel Juliet, short of 25 right, American, flight unit.
Delta 816 Lima, cross 25 right, cutting ground.
Alright, making those final turns, heading into the gates of Tom Bradley. So I hope you guys have enjoyed tonight's live stream. We're going to be ending things here fairly soon as 10 o'clock we get kicked out of the park last week. I had Rita here. She was making sure that the cops didn't come by and say, "What you doing?" So we were cutting it close last week. We ended at about, 9:50, 9:55. Can you please get her down?
Go 606 Hotel, 4 Hill Southwest, wind 240 at 8, just 17, 125 left, third lane. Delta 2120, taxi Hotel to Lima, hold short 125 right.
Hotel Lima, short 25, that's Delta.
United 1605, RNAV Doctor, wind 2508, just 17, 125 right, Foxtrot, clear for takeoff.
All right, 25 right, Foxtrot, let me take off.
Go 3426 Hotel, run 25 right, Foxtrot, line up and wait.
25 right, Foxtrot, line up and wait. Go 3426.
Everyone's getting ready for those late evening departures.
Visual 25 left.
Delta 749 out there, 4.1 inch over an Embraer, wind 250 at 7, just 17, 125 left, third lane.
25 left, good land up 7, yeah, 7.
3426 on that Docker, wind 2607, just 17,
All right,
125
I think I am going to call it because I need to save my energy because I got to be back here in just a few days for the big Sunday show. That comes real quick. Being back here at 8 a.m. in just a few days. So I think it's been a great show. We started early here today. And let's run our Emerald and Diamond member shout-outs here. Why not? guys for your awesome support. Bring it back here to Imperial Hill. Thanks, you guys, for hanging out with me all afternoon into the evening. We had a great time. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I'll be back here at Imperial Hill starting at 8 a.m. Pacific. Remember our new start time on Sundays, back to the original start time of 8 a.m. It'll be our third week in a row at 8 a.m. I think you guys are enjoying the earlier start time. Hope you guys will be back. Join me at 8 a.m. on Sunday for the big Sunday show. Until then, you guys, thank you so much for hanging out. Thanks for your awesome support as always. Thanks for a great mods. Always doing a great job as well. And hope you enjoy a little relaxation here on your Friday. All right, next week, remember SFO. We're going to San Fran Wednesday and Thursday next week. So there will be no Tuesday show. Wednesday, Thursday, back-to-back shows up there in San Francisco. Grab your treats. All right. Take care of yourself and each other. And I'll see you guys in just a few days from now.
1717, hold short Quebec. 749, taxi via Hotel de Lima. Hotel de Lima.
Happy birthday.
424, LA Tower 3.4 and trail Airbus 320. Wind 240 at 9, running 25, left code land.
Land 514, the middle of the coach.
1717, Quebec, Crossroads, 2000, contact ground. Tower 4.4 and trail Airbus 320, wind 240 at 9, running 25, left third lane. Still Bay 11, turn right here, taxi via Hotel de Lima. Hotel de Lima, taxi right here, Delta.
We'll see you on Sunday for the big Sunday show. Have a great night, everyone. Good night, Nighthawk.
City 363 on that Doctor, wind 240 at 8, running 25 right, top draw, let's pick up. I'm Doctor.